Hello, everyone.
Hi, Maya.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Online attendees, can someone confirm?
Sorry, what you say?
We can hear
Online.
you, Emily. Hello, Emily. We can hear you.
It's good. Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Thank you.
I have a question. Like for the online one, how do we give our TQI number? Can
we could give you at the end of the before the end of the symposium. We'll instruct you and give you the survey so that you can complete the survey. I'll give you instructions. Thank you very much for the question, though. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
So welcome to this symposium, second symposium of personalized learning. We are very excited today to begin the symposium. And this symposium brings together educators, researchers, leaders to explore personalized learning, teach agency, collaborative, innovation in education. The event provides opportunities for discussion, networking, sharing authentic classroom practices that support meaningful learning experiences. Thank you once again for your presence here in person, and thank you once again signing in and joining online. I hope you're going to have a great day with listening to experts, teachers, wonderful colleagues who will be presenting today about personalized learning, about their classroom experiences. I'm sure you'll enrich your experience and have a wonderful day. So before it's too long, I would first of all ask Angela Edwards, our own colleagues, to acknowledge the country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're doing wrong. Even Nadi Angela Edwards in my language, in Wiradjuri language. That is, good morning. My name is Angela. I'm here today to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people on whose land we are meeting today and acknowledge their elders past and present. I would also like to acknowledge that they have been teachers here for a very long time, and I like to see that we are continuing that very, very important work here on their country. So I hope you all have a good symposium. And
thank you, Angela. Lovely. So our next thing in agenda is the opening remarks. Can I kindly call upon our Faculty of Education, Associate Professor Janet Smith, to deliver her welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. So repeating really what Maya's just said, good morning and welcome to everyone. I too want to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, as Angela has just done here, and who are the custodians, of course, of the land on which we meet, and I too pay my respects to elders past and present. It's such a pleasure to welcome you all to this second symposium on personalised learning. I did not attend the first one last year, but I believe it was wonderful, and I know that too. So today I want to welcome all of our teachers, our school leaders, our researchers, our academics and others both in person and online, and a special welcome to our youngest participant sitting down there. This is really, really fun. I hope that by the time this little one grows up and goes to school and everything, personalised learning will be really embedded into the schools, and there'll be much more advanced, and it's days like this that do that. But I do want to pay tribute to Maya because she and all of her colleagues here have brought you together today in the symposium, building on that success of last year's symposium. So Maya, thank you for all that you've done and the organisation behind today and others who've helped you there. So what we're seeing today is not just another academic event. It's really a powerful example of what can be achieved through the Affiliated Schools program. Now, you all know all about the Affiliated Schools program, but those of you who've come from outside the university will not have seen this beautiful little gem. And so this is the award that everyone involved in the affiliated schools won at Parliament House in February this year. And so this is the Universities Australia Future Builder Award. So I think it's significant to show this sitting up in the back here, whose work is to really support this program, along with others of you. And it's very significant. So really what you're doing today is exemplified in this, future builders. So you are building a different future through what you're doing here together today. And I'll just leave that sitting here. And maybe, Joe, you can take that later, but it might be nice just having that sitting there, if you're happy with that, to remind everybody today of this. So this work represents genuine collaboration, not research done to schools, but work developed with teachers in classrooms over time. And that's just such an important distinction here, that nothing is done to others. Achievement is brought about by working with others. So for many years, personalised learning has been described as an aspiration. I mean, I've heard it kicked around for ages as an aspiration, something we want to aspire to and value, but something that we really don't know how to do consistently. And so what today demonstrates is, and this demonstrates is that it's not only possible, but it's already happening. So I don't want this to just be seen as a future aspiration. This is a celebration of what's already happening in this space. And it's happening because of what teachers are doing and your practices and how you are changing things over time for the better. Teachers who are designing and testing and refining approaches that respond to the diverse needs of learners. So diversity is really such a central word here. If we're going to be talking about personalised learning, we have to really acknowledge and embrace and accommodate diversity in all of its forms. So this speaks really to the connection between teacher empowerment and learner empowerment in schools and for us. Academics who are learners, teachers who are learners, students who are learners, we're all learners in this together. And when teachers are genuine partners in this inquiry and innovation, they build confidence, they deepen expertise, and they lead change in their own contexts. I do want to acknowledge, of course, that this significant outcome of this collaboration is the forthcoming book, which will be released when, Maya?
In October.
In October, thank you. And it's going to be published by Routledge later this year. And it, of course, is named Empowering Learners, a Practical Guide to Inclusive Teaching. And what makes this particularly valuable is that it's grounded in real examples from teachers, practical strategies that can be applied in classrooms. And that, of course, is what today is about too. So today at the symposium, I know that you're going to be sharing practice such as practical ideas, real classroom experiences and approaches that everyone here can pick up and use. And it's also significant that many of the presenters today are teachers themselves, and that's what really matters here in forwarding this. And that reminds us that advancing education is not just about theory, it's about knowledge generated in classrooms every day. Though the busyness of classrooms means that it's sometimes very hard to document and remember and, bring these things forward to others because it's just so consuming in the day. And that's why often stepping away in a day like this is the way to reflect and have that bigger bird's eye perspective on things. So as you engage in the sessions today, I encourage you to think about 3 questions. Firstly, what resonates with your own context? Because some of the things that you hear may not be applicable in your particular context. Secondly, what might you take away and try? And how might you prioritise that? Because each of us can't actually embed everything that we hear. So secondly, what would you take away and try? And how would you prioritise that? And then thirdly, how can this collaboration strengthen your work going forward? What do you need? What support do you need in embedding this? Because the real impact from today lies in what happens in classrooms, in schools, in systems. And if we really want education that's inclusive and responsive, then personalised learning can't remain an aspiration as it used to be talked about when I was a young academic. It's got to be real, it's got to be here, it's got to be now. It's part of everyone's everyday practice. And that happens when teachers, researchers, leaders, academics, everybody work together. And that's what we're seeing here today. So I thank Maya, I thank all of you for coming, from taking a day out of your busy lives, whether that's teaching or marking or researching or whatever it is, to be here. And I hope it's truly a wonderful day. Thank you, Maya, for the privilege of opening today. You. And I'll pop in and out as the day goes on.
Hey,
That's you.
it is me. Thanks, Janet, and it's my privilege. Hang on, I'm just going to make sure that this is really on. It is now. It's my privilege to actually welcome our keynote, who didn't want to introduce herself, quite rightly, although I think that she would do a wonderful job. And so I'm just going to get rid of that. The wonderful Dr. Maya Gunawardena, who is the lead of this project, has been the lead of this work for a very long time. And really the rest of us are just riding her coattails across the world, which is wonderful. And so it's really great to be here at this second symposium, to be able to hear from Maya about all of the work that she's been doing in this space. Again, whilst we keep ourselves busy doing other things and then pop in and get to do these sorts of things. So over to you, Maya. Thank you for delivering a keynote today.
Thank you, Emily. I'm a bit embarrassed because it's not only me, it's the collaboration. I have to, before I even start my keynote, I like to acknowledge the collaboration from all my colleagues. They have been wonderful, and the school partners. Without them, I don't think we can stand here and talk. It's been an amazing time, amazing period of time for us to kind of work with them and to learn, evolve as we have evolved and as they have evolved. And it's actually a learning curve for all of us. So today in my keynote, I'm going to share some of those experiences and kind of the research that we have conducted over a period of time, and talk to you about the research findings and what this means to classroom teachers. I know it's very important to think about research and the application of research, the impact of research. Give me, I would like my slide up. Thank you. Okay, there. Thank you.
You can drive it from there, Martha.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so the topic of the keynote today is empowering learners, teachers as the catalyst and architects of inclusive practice. I know I use the word inclusive practice because personalized learning has been a bit of a problem. I know particularly people don't understand and people kind of misunderstand. I'll talk to you more about it. And whatever the key messages that we are going to learn today to create a classroom, create a culture of personalized learning in schools. Of course, we don't have to worry about using the term personalized learning yet. It is kind of understanding and finding meaning to personalized learning. Sorry. Choose with this one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As I always do, I start my presentation with the acknowledgement to the country. We are very fortunate to have the blessings of the country and to have the privileges that we all enjoy today, passed down from our the nations, the Nanaval nations, and people who are joining from other states. We really acknowledge the contribution and the cultures you have shared with us. And we very happily stand here and enjoying that privilege and the culture and sharing those experiences with everyone. And it's a beautiful country. It's a beautiful day in Canberra. We don't see kangaroos, but of course, I'm sure they're around, and we are very, very fortunate to be blessed by this environmental luxury we enjoy. Sorry, Emily, it's not going for me for some reason. Yes. Okay, good, good. Okay, thank you. Once again, I found it. Yeah, okay. So once again, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators, these beautiful people here. I'll name few people. I know you need to know the faces, so it's good for you to know them. Professor Penny Bishop, she's not here. She's the first keynote speaker in our first symposium, and she has been working with us over 4 years, the Dean Boston University, and it's been amazing to work with her over the period of time. Associate Professor Siti Fatahudin, she's not here today, she's on a holiday. So you'll meet her next time when she's here, amazing colleague who has worked with us throughout the journey. Dr. Emily Hills, who has been the support and the Associate Dean Education, bringing that, sharing her expertise with us and contribute in the project. I don't think we have been successful without her, because she's our hero, going to schools and working with the teachers. Professor Deborah Pina-Pasternak, we have been very lucky to work with her. She's the Associate Dean Research, and her contribution has been amazing. And her expertise in self-regulated learning, you will hear from her very soon today about the connection between self-regulated learning and personalized learning. Dr. Kitmini Aviruppala, she started with us as a research assistant, and she's been working so hard to make everything happen, and also amazing contribution, and many other people who are here contributed. And Dr. Tamsin Sterry, she's here. She's our wonderful collaborator, has been the researcher, the teacher, the leader. I don't know what she didn't have in her character. So everything she brought to the project. And the school partners, some of them are here, some of them are actually joining later today. Daniel, Dr. Dan Breed, the principal of Gold Creek. Laura here, Laura Freeman, Stephen Senstock, Clive here, lovely Clive working with us and letting us going into his own classrooms and sharing all the materials that he's been innovating throughout the period of time. So you have shared your experience, and it's very wonderful to have you. And some other teachers can't be here, been wonderful. And I also have to mention the contribution of Margaret Henry School. At our early stage, they shared, and we kind of incorporated teachers from Margaret Henry School to understand personalized learning as a whole school strategy. And affiliated school research program, I don't have to mention, but we are all here because the research is funded by the affiliated school program. And Gold Creek School, the entire school, including children and the teachers who are not necessarily named, but of course worked with us, been sharing amazing, providing us with great support. Thank you. And that being said, let me start with you about personalized learning with this provocation. Think about the last time a student truly felt seen in your classroom, seen and heard, not necessarily being learned. It's just understood. This is the understanding. So what made that moment possible? So I would love to for you to have a chat about it, but I'll move on because I want time for other presenters today, so I'll be quick. Look at these vignettes that I have incorporated in our textbook. So I'll give you some time to read quietly. Maybe I can ask someone to read. Sally, would you like to read it? Sure, thank you.
So this is the vignette. As I watched a child playing in the sandpit, something curious caught my attention. He was trying to move sand from one spot to another using a timber plank. Each time he carefully scooped the sand onto the plank and walked to the other end. By the time he arrived, the sand had all fallen off. He repeated this again. At first I thought it was a bit silly. Why does he keep doing something that clearly wasn't working? Intrigued, I approached him and gently asked, "What are you doing? Would you like to use a bucket instead?" His response stopped me in my tracks. He looked up and said, "I want to see how the sand falls." In that moment, I realised he wasn't failing, but he was understanding. He wasn't failing, he was exploring. What I saw as inefficiency, he saw as discovery. His actions weren't about moving sand. They were about understanding movement, texture and gravity. It was a powerful reminder that children often learn through play, and sometimes the process matters more than the outcome. And that was an interview with the teacher in 2023.
Thank you, Sally. I know that this is something that when we interview teachers, when we work with teachers, we found out the things that we don't normally see. And to kind of get to know your learners, it's easily said than done. And these kind of misjudgment, misunderstanding, or not necessarily even asking what they do with that communication made things different for that teacher. So this was a powerful example, as I say, that not just observation alone, and also when asking a simple question, I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, you have been teachers and you know this, but sometimes we are adults and we have so many other things. We have to work with many students and we may forget the question that is most important for that child. So what is personalized learning? So this is, as Janet said, this is one of the most talked about in education, but also one of the most misunderstood concepts. I know from Australian experience, it is that many assume it is about technology or about individual tutoring. So personalized learning is not that. We learn from when working with teachers. We evolved with the understanding of the concept through our research. So it's all about people. It's all about how teachers practice inclusion, inclusive practice. What is it? I mean, teachers love the term inclusive practice, and that's why we use the term because it actually about understanding the learner, giving them the agency and having them giving them voice and choice. And also it's about learner engagement. So personalized learning creates that condition for the student to take ownership of learning. So I think we all love if all these conditions can be achieved in education. So this is something what it is in definition. But I would like to say it's not as easy as we think to implement and enact personalized learning in classrooms. So our research inspiration actually is these misconceptions, the criticism, misunderstanding, and the ACT Education Directorate Education Strategy we started. And Emily brings these resources for us all the time to say, here's the strategy for us to think about and understand what the strategy says. So students at the center. So if you look at the concept that ACT government, the document highlights in our 10 years. So we are thinking of the student at the center. I think if you forget about the word personalized learning means student at the center. So it's about inclusion, it's about equity, it's about agency, it's about access to education. So all the things that they have listed are incorporated in this word, even if we don't like it, that is what it is. So it's our aspiration, it's our goal. I won't necessarily say it's our aspirations, and these heroic teachers will tell you their stories about how they actually realize these ideas in their own teaching, in their own school. So we are very lucky to have them to bring that expertise for us, and we can learn from them. So another reason why I actually all the time, this is something I always mention now in my presentation is this Professor Gerd Biesta's critique. This has been massive in Australia. Gerd Biesta's critic, and there are stories that I can tell you, but this is not the time. But it's about myths about personalized learning, and the publications from 2020 to 2023 made things so kind of different for teachers. So Biesta argues that education has a purpose, qualification, socialization, actually becoming an autonomous individual. But his concept of this learnification or learnification is one of the ways that it brings that negativity to the concept, saying we are putting overemphasizing the learner. Why do we have to emphasize the learner centeredness too much? Because it's learning that matters, so he says. And we neglect the broader purpose of citizenship and ethical development. Learner values and their beliefs, not the worldview. So if you like, please read his papers. And very clearly he says personalized learning is the problem and the reason why we are falling behind in education. And we have put too much emphasis on the learner, not necessarily on the teacher who needs to bring explicit teaching into the story. We have never said explicit learning is important. It is important, but I think what we're going to say is going to argue is the meaning of personalized learning, what it entails based on science of learning. So this is what we have been doing in our research, clarifying the concept, understanding the complexity. So it is a lot of things that he says. So it says that in personalized learning, teacher's role is not necessarily visible. Teacher is absent. So student as customer, student's role is a customer. It's not necessarily participation. That education involves change, difficulty, and interruption, not just comfort and preference. Because personalized learning is tailoring learning to individual needs and interests and passions and so on. So that definition has been critiqued, saying we are not here to give students to do whatever they want to do, So I think this misunderstanding has been huge, changing education reforms in the country. So therefore we had to work very hard to kind of unpack the meaning of personalized learning. So is personalized learning a beast, a monster? So that's what we had to ask when we began our research. So we were kind of very optimistic. So we actually, at times we felt, oh, no, I don't think we can go anywhere by investigating this. We must do something else. But we actually resist that urge to do things that other people want, not that we want. I just felt, no, we should do what we want, examining what it is, not necessarily listening to the criticism, but move on and work with teachers. So this is our learning journey, and thanks to our Dr. Tamsin Terry, who prepared this slide. Journey starting from 2021 and moving to up here 2026. It's been a long journey for us, understanding the term and researching and working with teachers to understand what they're doing in their classrooms. I have to actually acknowledge the contribution of these scholars from the USA. Professor Penny Bishop, Professor James Basham, we cite him all the time. I have conversations with him in person to understand what he's doing, what it means to us in Australia, in Canberra, and also this beautiful lady from Basham's PhD student who looked at personalized learning in her thesis. So I also work with, and it's nice in the USA, personalized learning is in the legislation. 31 states must use personalized learning, and actually 50 states they are doing something about personalized learning. So it's really nice that I'm not saying that they're doing better than us, but I'm saying that that's in their legislation, that there is no negativity, or that optimism is something that US researchers really enjoy, whereas we kind of need to fight against the giants of the field to kind of say, hello, please listen to us. This is what we are saying. Perhaps we are saying the same thing, but it's very hard to communicate, right? I'm saying that they are also aiming for quality education. We are also aiming for quality education, but equity matters to us so much because we understand the beauty of equity. We understand equity is important to achieve that quality. So that's why we keep going. We are not going backward, we're going forward, right? So in order to understand this personalized learning, we conducted a meta-synthesis. We looked at literature published in 2016 to 21 and analyzed papers. So much has been published, like systematic reviews, you can find enormous number. But we only picked K to 12 education because we are keen. Now we are the faculty of education here. We love our K to 12 education. That's our job here majorly. So we wanted to find out what do teachers do in K to 12 education. So we analyzed data from those papers, did a meta-synthesis, and came up with this beautiful model, teacher roles for personalized learning. Bring clarity. So when we interview teachers at Gold Creek School, they're actually the advocates of personalized learning. They're the heroes of personalized learning. But they also when they also talked to us about the complexity of personalized learning. So we looked at that complexity and published that paper based on the complexity theory about what it is and what it is not, and at the same time, what teachers do in their classroom to kind of understand the complexity and make it simple so that the learner benefits from the theory rather than we reject the theory and not necessarily doing anything about it. So these teacher roles help us our research. So then this meta-synthesis I call, and in order to convince the audience, we had to look for the science of learning in personalized learning. So we looked at what's in personalized learning, what science does it have. So we actually analyzed this personalized learning and science of learning, looking at Professor Darling-Hammond paper and Professor Cantor's papers published about science of learning, what includes in science of learning. When we did the meta-synthesis, that means analyzed those papers and also did the thematic analysis with the science of learning, we found that there is a beautiful synergy between personalized learning and science of learning. So we are actually very happy that we see that synergy, and the teachers we work with understand that synergy. So we are very, very fortunate to work with those teachers. So teacher role diagrams that we created, the teacher role workshop that we work with teachers, actually not necessarily educating them, working in collaboration with teachers to understand what do these roles mean. So understanding the learner, developing their learner identities, collaborating with them, negotiating or curriculum, a lot of things I can go on to talk about this, but I'll kind of speed up a little bit so that we have more ideas later, so we can give you the teacher role diagram and also the publications to kind of see what these roles mean to you in your classrooms. This is common sense, yet needed clarification, I think, for teachers as well as researchers. So this empowerment, the supporting and self-regulation that you're going to hear about later in these today's presentations. why personalized learning. So I think I have talked a lot about personalized learning, advocating personalized learning, and it is actually to address diverse needs of the learners, have high expectations. We are not saying the learners only looking at their view. No way. We are moving from their view to the world view. Learners are developing their autonomy. So it is not necessarily about overemphasizing the learner interest, but moving forward to giving them more agency, voice, and choice as a strategy to engage them and help them to see the world view. So this is how we have seen the concept. So it is actually learner becoming active participant of the learning process so that our job as teachers become a bit easier rather than having a battle with them saying, you learn this, otherwise you will not pass this exam. So that kind of environment, we are changing that to make it a bit better. So our project, so I told you the journey. I would love to have more time to talk about research journey, but our second project is all about enactment of personalized learning. First project is about understanding the concept. Second project is about enactment of personalized learning and how teachers do this. So we develop a model called CAT STEP, culturally adaptive, cohesive, sustainable teacher empowerment model, which we used at Gold Creek School, and we used code design model. So in this model, we work with 4 groups of teachers, humanities, science, maths, and other teachers, other primary school teachers. So we worked with them in collaboration. We work as critical friends. So we looked at what they did, how they understand. Actually, we really want to bring the concept aligned with what they already do. We know that they're wonderful teachers. Its beauty is that we don't meet them, we don't see them, we don't talk to them. It's really good to see what they actually do in their classroom, to understand what they do actually match with what we're talking about here. This is actually theory and practice meeting. It is actually a beautiful opportunity for us as critical friends, as researchers in education, to meet the teachers and see what they really do rather than assuming that they are not doing anything. So this is the beauty in our project. Actually, we learned more than what they have learned, to be honest. We have learned a lot about what's happening in the classroom. So it's been an amazing time for us. And this project has been really wonderful because we collaborated with the teachers, we worked with them, and we saw what they're doing, and we analyzed their data, the data over time. So we did that. So, I mean, when we look at the data, we recorded all the meetings, we kind of interviewed them, and we met with them, talked to them, and then we kind of worked in collaboration with them to see what they're doing. So it's really beautiful now, and it's a great privilege for us to actually see how things are enacted in their classroom. I'm sure they're going to talk to you about the experiences they have and the differences that they see in their own classrooms, which is, I think, your interest for today's symposium. But this is the story as far as the research is concerned. So circular learning, we could see that we are all learning. It's like a beautiful way of that we understand that what teachers go through. We empathize with them and they empathize with us too, because we don't understand some concepts, because they tell us, oh, this is what it is. So actually this equal kind of a mutual understanding we develop. And also that social calibration and humanizing, understanding that they're dealing with the worst people in their lifetimes, like because high school kids and they come to school and they don't know why they're coming to school. And I know Tamsin once said, I always remember, we have the young people in their worst time of the year life, because they're going through so many changes in life, and they are here in your classroom sitting and listening to you. And would you empathize with them and see what they're going through, what their world's like? So we get to know that. And also why we get to know about the teachers who are going through the same problem. And we did that. So this collective consensus that it's kind of beautifully leading to organic kind of innovation. We talk about innovation in education. This happens in real context with real students, with real people. And it's beautiful to see people like I'll name some people because I remember them. Gold Creek teachers actually bring their innovations and talk to us, and they experiment and come back and tell us about what it made, what difference it made in their students. You'll hear them today. So we developed this model. Actually, it's kind of a mutual work that we did work hard. We provide them and they provide us. I think it's beautiful opportunity. Need to thank Affiliated School Program once again for allowing giving this opportunity to work with the teachers, and also the funding that we needed to leave university and then go and do the research with them. All right. So I'm going to stop this kind of me talking at you. I'm going to invite my beautiful colleague, Dr. Michaela Vergano now. She has just completed to kind of come and have a dialogue with me, because she has done her research in inclusive practice. And when I talked to her about our research and our findings, and she said, I would like to help you figure out what the problems are we are dealing with, and at the same time, share her experience and her research findings with us. So we're going to have a bit of a dialogue, Michaela.
We are.
Yes, so that it is going to be kind of bit of engaging for you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll hand over to Michaela to begin that conversation. This is all about Michaela. I think more you can read about Michaela from our staff profile. And she's a teacher, inclusive practitioner, advocate of UDL. I worked with Nicola in delivering inclusive diversity unit. So that was my first, I think you were my first colleague at UC, working in collaboration, delivering a unit. You were the convener, I was a tutor, so I learned a lot from you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, I'll move the slides for you.
All right. So I think thank you, Maya, for asking me to come and have this bit of a conversation. And as she said, I finished my doctorate in 2025. I guess my experience is that I've worked in inclusive ed for sort of 35 years. Is it that long? I've been a classroom teacher, an inclusive education coordinator, and I've worked at a systems level with 120 schools across ACT and New South Wales as a learning support officer. But I'm also a parent of children with diverse needs. And so inclusion and inclusive practice isn't abstract for me. It's something I've lived from lots of different angles. So it's what I would call this lived practice that drove my research. So as a coordinator, I saw ILPs, those individual learning plans, and I call them personalised plans in my research. I saw those numbers grow from about 150 and double to 330 within 5 years. And I guess I had knowledge about how personalised learning fits into personalised planning, fits into a personalised plan, but I couldn't find a way to bridge those existing or those competing structures to share that knowledge with my colleagues, so teachers had knowledge about how to make these bridges. And so I kept asking myself, if I can't bridge this gap with everything that I know, how can individual teachers actually be expected to do it without the support of their colleagues. So I went away and investigated it properly. So Maya, you opened with that beautiful story about the sandpit, and I guess a teacher who nearly misread a situation because they asked a particular question sort of highlights that my research found that there's lots of teachers in this similar position. They get a personalised plan, they read what's inside that personalised plan, but they have a real student in front of them trying to work out what to do and how to be a member of an inclusive classroom. And so the teacher then has to plan actually what that means for the student that's in the sandpit. And often the teacher has no one to ask about what could they do with this plan that really should be enacted to help them understand what's going on in that sandpit. So my doctoral research asked, what integrated knowledge do, and mine's in secondary schools, do teachers actually need to use this personalised plan as a genuine planning document in an inclusive classroom? So I didn't look at specialist schools. I didn't look at specialist teachers. I looked at our classroom teachers and how their inclusive practice works. So what I found was that personalised learning was a philosophy within an inclusive educational background, and it was generally understood, but the gaps actually in the enactment and that idea that, you know, it's the space between what's written on a PP document and actually what a teacher does in a classroom. And what closed that gap, where it was closed, which is in very small circumstances, was actually this integrated knowledge that Maya's talking about and collegial support. So what strikes me about here today is that my research and this research, which set out with completely independent, you know, different questions, different contexts, actually arrived at very similar findings, and that they speak directly to each other. So two research journeys, but complementary destinations. Next one. So what does personalised planning or personalised learning actually mean for diverse learners who are on ILPs? So that next enactment, the documentation of personalised learning in particular contexts. So when I mapped my findings against Maya's teacher roles, which she had up on this, what I've done is I've mapped my findings against the teacher roles that had been, there was some striking similarities. So each of those 6 roles, the data gatherer, the collaborator, the navigator, the empowerer, assessor and co-regular all showed up in my data as well. So not as aspirations, but actually as daily demands on classroom teachers in inclusive classrooms who have to implement ILPs. So here's what my research showed. As a data gatherer, teachers were actually going to student details in a PP. That was their entry point. So the information that they find in PPs is generic. So it doesn't help them understand what a student's journey is. And then it told them what a student might need, but not what the teacher needs to look for to actually meet that diverse need. And, you know, in a secondary context, this is really important, because what a science teacher needs to understand the person, the individual that they're dealing with, is actually different to what the English teacher needs, which is different to what the maths teacher needs. So that secondary context has even more information about the data gatherer and the collaborator to understand these things. Teachers understand that planning
should be the shared process. And this is where it's really important that when we're working in schools and we're moving from personalised learning to personalised planning to ILPs, it has to be collegial in a secondary school, because you can't have those conversations unless you're co-deciding and understanding of what the PP means. What do those words mean for the individuals in my subject area? So as a negotiator and guide, we know that there are some really knowledge intensive parts in a PP. They need to know, the PP needs to have information in it about the student, but also about the pedagogical strategies, which are inclusive practice. And that those pedagogical strategies that are often in a PP for one student actually work because they're inclusive, they're culturally responsive for all the students in a classroom. But you can't make that understanding if teachers don't have knowledge, and that knowledge is developed through collegial practice. So we might move on to the next slide, Maya. So I guess the important thing is that it goes, personalised learning is a philosophy that's described by Maya so well, and to see each other as students with individuals with unique needs, strengths, but an identity. Every student has an identity. And look, teachers are on board. My research showed that teachers are on board for that. They believe in it. But when the process starts to move this philosophical understanding into personalised planning, it's the collaborative conversations that are most important. The collaborative process where I guess it's not just that a personalised plan arrives in an inbox and you take it away if you have time and you try and, you know, understand and unpack it. But actually, if that's done particularly in secondary schools, at a department, at a understanding level, that makes implementation easier. So it is a documented tool. It's often used for compliance and ILP, but in the end, it actually should be a practical mediating tool to help teachers make decisions in a classroom. And the three types of knowledge that teachers need to make this inclusive practice is they need a pedagogical knowledge of what strategies look like in their content area, so that then the student knowledge informs what practices and what choices they make in a classroom. And basically, my research showed that currently that's not occurring, unfortunately. So understanding how personalised learning can be collegial and collaborative and empower teachers, that's what my research showed. So, you know, personalised learning and personalised plans demand integrated professional knowledge. It can't just be, oh, what strategies I'm going to teach in this classroom. It has to be culturally responsive. It has to be inclusive, has to meet the diverse needs, but you need to know your content and your pedagogy so you can implement student information. Look, a lot of generic language is used in PPs, and that is part of the issue of teachers saying to us, I don't understand what explicit teaching means, because explicit teaching, as one, you know, teacher said, in a science lab looks like this, but in an English classroom, it looks totally different. So in the science lab, my explicit teaching is walking up and showing everyone and modelling how to turn on a Bunsen burner. But in English, my explicit teaching is actually teaching them how to break down an essay, and for some of them, you know, giving them the key words. Explicit teaching is really different in a secondary context. So understanding that to then meet the needs of the student. I guess that my third finding is that teacher knowledge is socially constructed. And that's the big thing. If we're going to understand what a generic PP is with limited information is, we have to construct that through our colleagues. So I guess that collegial sport collegial sport is not a nice to have. And in a secondary context, is not PL for the whole school about how do we write ILPs, how do we implement them. That has to be taken back to subject levels, because it's who you collaborate with that's going to help you how to understand these inclusive practices that come from there. So I guess my research, affirms and maybe extends what Maya and her team's research shows. And I tried to link it to those 4 aspects that we need to, meaning making. Teachers need to make meaning of what a personalised plan is, that routines and patterns of practice are important, but they're often ad hoc. And so we need to do this more at a collegial, systematic level so teachers feel supported. And that's what will help. There's always the social influence. That's really important. And finally, that when we're talking about, change and interconnection with your research, we're really talking about sustainable practice being embedded, and that has to happen at the whole school and the and in secondaries at the department level to sort of create those systematic conditions that give teachers agency to take personalised learning into planning, into ILPs, and then go, how am I meeting and rather than addressing those specific diverse needs of our students. So I guess our research, 2 research journeys, but one really clear direction of travel for the both of us.
Thank you, Michaela. It's lovely to talk to our colleagues and see the synergy, the findings that we actually collaboratively arrive at, kind of meet together. We are all saying the same thing. Sometimes we don't necessarily talk to each other to find out what we actually find. We are very busy writing papers and doing the work. And these conversations are very rich, I think, for us to grow as academics and at the same time, school teachers. I really like what you said about that collaborative and socially constructed knowledge. I think when teachers are all alone trying to figure out their own problems, they struggle a lot, and sometimes to the extent that they feel that they have too much, and sometimes most of the time they either just do what they have to do and just live the life that is comfortable for them, and at the same time, find another job and move on in their own lives, because we have a life, just not the job that we do. So I think it is important to understand the teachers' struggles and the classroom problems and how to help them solve these problems through that collaboration and the knowledge that we bring in our research and bringing this together. Thank you, Michaela, for that. And so we understand that personalized learning is not necessarily a beast or a monster, but it is something that makes so much meaning to us. It actually resonates with what we actually do and what we believe in as educators. Our inclusive practice, our equity, respect for equity and diversity that we all value are incorporated in this. So it's actually an important place for us to actually see that this research that we kind of see that personalized learning is complex, but teachers know the meaning already when they are given the flexibility to explore. Because if you tell them, we know from our school experiences, try to talk at them about what personalized learning, perhaps it's too boring for them because they know what they're doing. But if you let them explore and innovate within their own context with the support, that support system that both Michaela and we found in our research is very important, creating that environment for them to grow, not to rather feel demotivated, discouraged, so they are not moving ahead. So that support system this is very important in our research. We find out, and Nicola and we talked about that, meaning making, that is the early stage we were talking about, what personalized learning is. That meaning making piece is important. It won't take 1 week to understand. It would take 1 year, 1 semester. I know Laura here, I have to mention little stories, took 1 semester to prepare her students to engage in project-based learning because they didn't know about independent learning. So she had the flexibility within that environment to kind of take that time to prepare her students. So this is this meaning making, and at the same time exploring the situations, understanding what the learners are doing. And routines and patterns of practice. Once Laura has innovated, like done that kind of exploration, she could share it with other teachers. Other teachers don't need to go through the same journey because she has done some work so that they can move from there. So that collaboration helps each other to kind of move on with their work rather than they start from scratch again, like we always do. So we kind of always reinvent the wheel, and we don't have to do this when we work in collaboration.
Can I say at that point, that works really well with what I found in my research, is that this idea of a pattern of practice is really important, because the routine of understanding, we need to understand what the language is in an ILP to know how to use it, actually shouldn't be left to a single teacher. Because there's an equity issue here. If a single teacher is interpreting personalised plans in one way, and that same plan is interpreted differently and not equitably, then there's actually a gap for students. And it was really evident in my early career teachers, and that I don't know what to do. And so they go to more experienced teachers to ask, but an experienced teacher says, oh, I found out by, doing it, and by like having a go and seeing if it works or it doesn't work. And actually that's not equitable to meet the diverse needs of students. So I think that's idea of getting into the routine and a pattern of practice when we're using and trying to develop knowledge around that enactment of personalised learning in that personalised plan space is really important.
Thank you. And these fillers are from the social practice theory, but not necessarily, they do not necessarily match, but we have kind of changed the term.
And I use social cultural theory in my research, so that's why they match so nicely.
Yeah, so the social influence is very much of leadership, this environment, and also this community, the parents, we all together create the situation so that teachers feel comfortable, that they have the time to innovate, they have the time to kind of make mistakes too, because they in this kind of innovation, we are not going in the right direction all the time. We may make mistakes and come back and correct mistakes. So that flexibility, that freedom that teachers enjoy in the school context is a great thing. So I think school leaders who are attending here can listen to the school leader who has given that environment for teachers, so that how you could see how this data showing patterns of innovations and patterns of kind of engagement from teachers to actually buy the concept of personalized learning. Actually, teacher buy-in is also a big problem. So that now they let us now try. I mean, if they say no, we can't force them to do it, but we need to go to them with this flexibility so that they innovate within their own context. So change and interconnections happen within that kind of supportive practice. And we see that in our data, through our studies, it's that change happening. So that's the beauty, that beautiful things that they create, innovate. I don't know, it's a great rewarding experience for us and privilege for us to actually go into their classroom and see what they do, and we learn and they learn, and the students are benefiting. Ultimately, it's the learner who's getting the impact. And we are very happy that we see change in our learner behavior. So this is directly impacting the learner behavior, learner attitudes to learning. And before we go to micro things, about teaching them literacy, numeracy, or whatever, that the teachers are really keen developing in their own context. So this is the macro structure we are talking about, and which is influencing that micro that you are interested in researching and doing in your classroom. So I think the macro needs fixing before we move on to micro, and macro match very well in this kind of scenario. So having said all this, thank you to Michaela, and this is the textbook that we have collaboratively developed. I think everyone contributed this, but few people are on the authorship list. Myself, I'm the key author of this, and Professor Penny Bishop. Then I invited one of my colleague from Colombo University to join, because she did a project in Sri Lanka about personalized learning. She had the time to write. So that's another reason that she's part of it, because we are so busy and we don't really have time. And Karen is one of our colleagues here. She looked at the science of learning, because we were a bit worried that we don't have the right expertise to look at the science of learning elements. So we wanted her to check and see whether the science of learning elements are correctly embedded into the teacher role discussion. So this book actually takes each chapter to discuss each teacher role with beautiful examples, practical activities, and beautiful vignettes. One example that I have provided in this keynote. So there are real, authentic experience from the classrooms and practical activities for teachers to use in order to to understand learners, collaborate with learners, why we do that, the rationale behind everything that we talked about, bringing theory, practice all together. Hopefully this will be a book that you would enjoy and definitely see good impact in your learners' behavior. And if we can change one teacher, we know that we can change lives of many people. So that's our effort. And this is the research that we have been doing. And thanks to you, and over to you for questions.
So Michaela, I know that one of your areas of expertise is universal design.
I'd like to come here.
So I wonder if we should use the mic.
They should be able to hear with the.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
So Deb, I think you'll be fine to
I
sit.
think I'll be okay.
Yeah.
People online yell if they can't hear.
Yeah, they can hear.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Awesome. So you're an expert on universal design for learning. So what are the connections that you establish between another big term, which is UDL, and personalized learning?
Oh, very much so. So with UDL, if you're looking, and remember UDL is an umbrella term for the strategies that we're choosing to meet these needs of our diverse learners. It's a scaffold for teachers to understand, how do I plan to allow my students to make meaning when we're representing information to them, when we're engaging them, but also when we're getting our students to actually show us or tell us what they've learned, that impact and that action. So personalised learning is really about start with understanding who our students are, and then in a sense, using it like a checklist to say, have I thought about how can I provide for an inclusive classrooms these options, you know, when I'm looking at representing the content. And one of the things with UDL and say personalised plans, ILP, is if you're planning in an ILP for specific strategies for a student's needs, based on what you understand their strengths, their current levels are, their understanding their disability and their diverse needs. You plan for that, but actually you put that into your inclusive practice. You know the rest of your class, that actually is a practice that meets way more needs than just one student. And similarly, it goes the other way. If we plan inclusively through a UDL lens, then we're actually giving choices, giving options that meet then those personalised learning needs and the diversity in a classroom. So, you know, thinking about can they always see it, can they hear it, can they do it, but giving choice around that with the discussion of knowing the student actually fits beautifully in a UDL framework.
Thank you, Deborah. Professor James Basham in Kansas University, in their state, they looked at UDL and personalized learning. Their publications are all about UDL and how personalized learning actually has sort of that synergy and how they use UDL in their practice. Their data showing the clear connection, particularly UDL elements, the representation or multiple means of expression and so on, to kind of adjust the personalized needs of the students. So they have nicely kind of done the research. So when I started the research, we thought about taking that direction, but we moved away from that to kind of be more open about personalized learning. And this Ling Zhang's work earlier comparing questionnaire, a lot of quantitative data gathering about personalized learning and UDL aspect and elements, particularly asking teachers, do you really use UDL? Then you are actually using personalized learning. That kind of, yes, that is there. Thank you. There's another question.
Okay, so may I know the information about your study sample? What's your study sample?
Oh, yes. So I studied just one secondary school, and within that secondary school, I studied a blank ILP document. So it was a case study. I had 42 responses to a questionnaire about what teachers understand personalised learning, personalised planning, and the personalised plan. So that philosophical understanding into implementation. And then I had qualitative interviews with 17 of those staff across different faculties and departments. That was really important because I needed to see what different knowledge and how they support each other within their content areas. So that was the context of my that particular ILP that I looked at, that's used in 250 schools across New South Wales and ACT. So, and it was a generic document that teachers had to interpret. And I did, well, how do they know how to do this?
Thank you. And if you're interested in our study sample, earlier we had the focus group discussions with 50 teachers in one primary school and about 12 teachers from one secondary school. And in our second project, we worked with 26 teachers who worked with us in 4 different case studies in different areas, working in collaboration with 4 critical friends working alongside with the co-design groups. Thank you. Have questions? I'm not sure the time.
And the time, I think we've got about 30 seconds.
I think we can take one more question, and if you have further questions, please send them. Thank you.
Okay, a quick one. So when you were studying about the student groups, especially between the generations from Gen Z to Gen Alpha, did you find any differences in the factors that you consider to understand the student? For example, their pace of learning, their attention span, and their interest to the technology, something like that. So could you find anything special differences between the generations?
I didn't study students. I wanted to help teachers. So my study was very much about teacher knowledge. Maya?
I think we also didn't study students. we know what teachers told us about what students did. I don't think we actually saw a different or a gap here. We don't necessarily consider whether they're which. I don't think we really worry about that kind of labeling or division. What we did, I remember listening to some students who actually telling how different they felt after the project-based learning. What they hated was explicit teacher talking at them. I remember one student said, that teacher comes and just keep yapping, and Miss, we learned a lot from your unit. We really loved it, and so on. Because what we really hear from that student is that explicit instruction is important, but when you talk at them, you kind of talk. Perhaps any generation, even adults, won't like it. Perhaps you don't like it, me now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's morning tea for you. And please come back and listen to teachers. Please be in touch. I mean, don't leave, because you are having interesting presentations now from teachers after the tea break. Thank you. Thanks. Come back. Hope everyone's okay online. Hope you had coffee, tea, and refreshed.
Caffeinated.
Thank you. And our next session is from the school team. So we first have Dr. Tamsin Terry and Dan Breen, the principal of the school, presenting here first. Then we'll have another presentation from school teachers, Laura Freeman and Clive. So I'm handing over to Tamsin Terry for their presentation. I'm sure you'll have wonderful time listening to their stories and their experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Is this your coffee? Oh, no, it's empty.
I do one.
Sorry. You're empty one. Should I use the arrows or the mouse?
Once you click the arrow the first time, you should be able click the mouse the first time, you should then be able to use the arrow.
Okay, great. I'd like to acknowledge that you're all hungry. So
I won't be soon. It's all right. I'll be fine.
yeah, so thank you for having us. This is a really exciting opportunity for us, particularly listening to this morning's presentations. I think I'm particularly looking forward to presentations from Laura and Clive and the in-class practice examples you're going to see. So let's firstly get on to my next slide. You know, the most nervous I've ever been giving a presentation was doing my initial seminar to get the approval for my doctoral research. So compared to that, I'm not too nervous, but still nervous because you're very important and intelligent people. And we're also really excited to have your questions as well. So this is what we're going to be sharing over the next couple of hours, acknowledging that you're hungry. If you duck out and get a cup of tea to try and keep that at bay, then we'll be all right with that. So I'm going to talk about the leadership influence for teacher transformation. I'm going to talk about a process that we've been doing. Dan's going to present the impact, and then we're going to move on to the classroom practice from Laura and then from Clive. Does my arrow work? Or enter? Yes. Wonderful. So this title I didn't come up with myself, but I love the title. It's helped me to think about what we're doing as leadership to influence the teacher transformation in the classroom. So some of the work that I'm going to present today is around these 4 words that I've got listed under process. So I've been doing quite a bit of thinking and reading.
As a PNG?
I'll fix that.
Yep. About how we can get teachers to take this on board. So I've come up with these 4 terms, and I'm going to talk through those a bit more in a moment on personalised and with regards to personalised learning. So the rationale for those terms, and then with regards to personalised learning, enter. So you've seen this image before. So this is the journey that we've been on with the University of Canberra. It started with the research grant that Dr. Meyer led and really spent a lot of time convincing me and my team at Gold Creek to take this on. So it was a lot of work from her initially because as teachers we receive a lot of invitations to try new things and it's really hard to know what to grab, what's going to work in the school. There's always competing pressures with everything that we're doing. But she sold us and we were invited into the grant to be a part of the research team, myself specifically as well, given that I've just had completed my doctorate with City Patahoodan just around the same time actually. So we started off by the UC team doing a lot of the literature research, which you've heard. We did some action learning workshops that I ran at the school, Gold Creek School, to learn from teachers how they understood personalised learning. So there's lots of sort of different things happening at the same time. And then from those, the University of Canberra had done their systematic literature review. They'd listened to the teachers and analysed some of the things that the teachers were saying. And then they started developing this professional learning for us, which they delivered around the teacher roles throughout to our whole school. So we're a P to 10 school. So they delivered that to our junior site and our senior site collectively. And through that process, started thinking about specific strategies that they could try under those teacher roles. So after the whole school project, as a part of our school improvement plan, we moved on to co-design teams. So teachers could opt in to be a part of the personalised learning school improvement team. And we started these co-design groups. And this is where the teachers were working alongside researchers. It sounds like we've got food coming, do you reckon?
Oh, yeah.
So they started coming up with these, so these co-design projects. So yeah, we had a maths teacher working with one of the working with City. We had language and literature teachers, which is English. We had languages, all these sort of different areas. And our junior site, Deborah was working with our junior site team, working on bespoke things for the classroom for those specific contexts and thinking about how they work. So, and then this has continued on. At the end of last year, around, it would have been August, September, Laura had been leading that co-design team. That team presented what they've been doing. They've done that over the years, but they presented what they had been doing to the teachers and then invited teachers into groups to unpack those further. And we realised at this point that we were growing up and maturing and ready to embed this whole school. So Maya talked first about, it was about understanding personalised learning. The next part was about enacting personalised learning. And our phase now is embedding personalised learning across our whole school. So that's what we're working on now. And so, I spent some time over the last year looking at some change management theories, and I've titled them change management theories, but I'm really thinking about school culture, transformative change, leadership, how we talk, how we communicate, how we build people up, all under the hope to come up with how we can professionally develop our teachers and encourage them to take on this personalised learning approach. So some of the authors I've got listed there. So Malcolm Knowles has been around for a very long time. He's in the TQI approval, that you've got to sort of reference him in your TQI approval. Susan Fowler's done some work on what teachers need or what people need in organisations to help them build. So she's thinking about specific things teachers need, about having choice and autonomy. Teachers need to feel a sense of connection. So it might be the connection to the professional learning, connection to the place, but then just connection in general, to feel like they're valued and they can trust the people they're working with, that they're genuinely interested in them as well. And she also talks about growth and people needing growth. And a lot of these things are sort of addressed by other researchers. Last week, or a week ago, the ACT Education Directorate encouraged all leaders to start looking at the work from Dr. Blake McMillan on leadership change. Anthony Muhammad's done a lot of work in the education space on transformative leadership. And then we've got Simon Sinek, and he talks about the importance of why and understanding your why, so you can then understand your how and your what, or your what and your how. So we know what we want to teach, which is personalised learning. We know why we want to teach personalised learning, but it's about conveying that and then really thinking about how we can embed personalised learning in our classrooms and school. So that brings us back to these 4 elements. So thinking about our theory. So I've labelled these as theory, practice, collaboration and reflection to try and encapsulate the combined readings and literature that we sort of discovered through that. So theory, really making sure we communicate our rationale and our why. Our practice is about building the capacity of our teachers, about ensuring that they have the opportunity to grow for their professional learning and growth. Practice is very important in education. That's the thing that teachers do. We practice teaching. So yes, they get the theory, but they need to know what they're going to take into the classroom. Really important, the work we've been doing with collaborating with UC in collaboration, very much about establishing trust, that connection, making sure teachers have that sense of belonging, they have choice and voice as well. And then reflection, which is also involved in our collaboration about getting results and making sure we can measure those results. And you're also, again, gaining trust of your staff as you sort of engage them in that reflecting and show them how we can sort of, how we're growing and where we're going to. So I'll talk about these now specifically with regards to the Personalised Learning Project. So thinking about our theory and communicating our why and our rationale. So I drank the Kool-Aid 5 years ago. I've slowly been able to encourage others to do the same. Laura drank the Kool-Aid as soon as she landed at Gold Creek. She actually took that leadership of that co-design team from me at that point as well. So I know my product and I believe in my product, and that's what we as a team really needed to do. So Laura and I and Dan and our other teachers, Clive and so on, have really been thinking about knowing what we're doing and why we're doing personalised learning. So we know that, but we've got to communicate that. Through our rationale, we've got our experts, our research and our policy, which I'll go through as well. So the rationale for personalised learning, this is the same information that Maya just presented just a moment ago, and this is that we know that it's an important shift to meet the diverse needs of our learners in our classrooms. Personalised learning provides an avenue to set high expectations for our learners, to shift from the teacher-centred learning and then the student-centred learning, with the final shift to them driving their learning as well. And these are big challenges. This is theoretical, but how we put this into practice is something we're always thinking about as well. And then to drive deeper learning, we really want students to be active participants of their learning, to really make meaning, connect that new knowledge to prior learning. With the real aim is always to connect students to the learning. So I'm thinking about our experts, research and policy. So the strength of this project for us is our partnership with the University of Canberra. They've got a lot of expertise looking at the research and considering the practical implications, and then we really focusing on the practice and aligning that and having those continual conversations. So the top left of the slide is a study completed about the teachers and the voices that they had and the things that they had said about personalised learning under the terms of simple, complex, complicated, no, I've missed one, and chaotic. There's something missing there. So the beauty of this we've sort of pushed this article out a few times over the past few years. And what it's exciting about this is that our classroom teachers know that they're in this study and that their voice is being continually listened to and heard throughout. And then the bottom, you'll see the teacher roles. You'll hear a lot about that today as well through our presentation. So the teacher roles has helped us as a framework to have these conversations with teachers about professional learning in personalised learning. And this is what we're basing our professional learning on, this structure of the teacher roles. And then you won't be able to read that, but this is just an excerpt from maybe your eyes are really good actually, I shouldn't say that. This is just some excerpts from the Future of Education strategy. Personalised learning has been in policy for years. It was in the Gonski, it was in the Melbourne Declaration. It's been around for a very long time. So we knew it was something that someone thought was really important. It says here that students will notice they are experiencing connected and personalised learning in their secondary settings, and that teachers and school leaders will notice opportunities to learn about different approaches to personalised learning support for every child. So we believe that we are right here, right now at Gold Creek School. We've sort of had this journey that's got us to this point, and our next part is to make sure we embed that into our learning. So the first part for us is establishing that theory, and we have our experts and so on. The second part of those elements is our practice. So the teacher roles were a very helpful framework to get us to have those conversations. Our co-design groups have been designing practices, not always aligning to the teacher roles, but we're starting to move into that. But something that we need to provide our teachers with is making sure that when we talk from a theoretical level, we can automatically give them some practical examples. And we've been using a lot of the work from Doug Lemov as a starting point. He presents 63 proven techniques that work in the classroom. It's a brilliant book. I encourage everyone to read it. It's great to just learn, okay, having problems with, getting students to be a part of questions or discussion. He goes through specific strategies for how to do all those things. And you'll hear from Laura how she's been using the Doug Lemov techniques and mapping those under the teacher role. So when she does do a presentation on a teacher role, she's then got some practical strategies that teachers can pick up and try straight away on top of their continual design. They'll continually design approaches themselves as well that work. And then we move on to collaboration, which is essential in our professional learning. So we learnt from our collaboration with the University of Canberra how collaboration can be really effective. So the people that we've been working with, they have been, like Laura and I presented to them, I think 6 months ago, and, we present an idea and they collaborate. Really, you're all very trained and very expertise at collaborating with us and giving us ideas. And so we're trying to bring this into our school setting as well. So you can't just chuck a group of adults in a room and say, collaborate, here's a topic, collaborate. They actually need some strategies and help with how to have those conversations, because you're always going to have people with more voice, people who have quicker ideas. You need your slow thinkers to be a part of it as well. I'm a slow thinker. And so you have time to process their own thoughts. So the first thing to be creating this collaboration is our professional learning community. So these are our faculty teams on the senior site. There are year group teams on our junior site, so your English, your maths, science and so on. And they're the groups that come up with the goals, the challenges. They're trying to work through how they're going to do personalised learning, what they're going to focus on now. And then the next part of that collaboration is they move into the action learning group. So action learning is a process that I used in my doctoral research to help teachers engage in discussion. There's a few words moving off this. When the slides did some design for me, they chopped a few words off. Yeah, but that's okay. I can spend another hour talking about action learning. So if you want to talk to me about that, happy to talk about that later. So we use action learning groups, and then we got those to be cross-collaborative. So we had someone from each learning area coming together for the Year 7 group, Year 8 group, Year 9 group, Year 10 group, and then they would present, and then they'd ask questions about that. And get some collaborative feedback based on what they're doing, and then give advice and so on as well, so that you can see in maths, it's a great interdisciplinary approach as well to see if maths, English, what they're all doing and how they can maybe link, find those links as well. We're also building on discussion protocols. So you might be familiar with some of these processes, but it's really about building our teachers' capacity to ask questions and listen for understanding. So we use the DMAN. It's from the DB therapy, where they have to describe and then explain and then think about each letter represents something that they've got to actually spend time writing about what they think about this before they present to the group. So their ideas are already ready to present to the group. So it's not like, here's your question, respond, and then the first person responds and then you just build off that. Everyone actually has something to present. And that, you're prone to sort of default to the strong person in the room, the strong speaker. And that might sometimes be the principal. If the principal's in the room, you're waiting to hear what they say and if they agree. But this sort of commits everyone to actually writing out what they want to say, and then they share that with the group. The ACT Education Directorate has been encouraging us for a few years now to look at the spiral of inquiry, so Helen Timperley's work, the fishbone, the sprints as well. So these sort of work collectively together, the spiral of inquiry or your action research cycle. Our teams are well versed in that. But the discussion protocols and our fishbone Ishikawa techniques, where you sort of identify your short-term or your causes and then your short-term goals, have been helpful in us sort of sticking to our core business or our core goals and so on. So those are just some of the I guess they're our methods and the things we're using in our collaborative approaches to try and embed personalised learning. And then we've got our professional development plans and so on as well. So then the last point is a reflection. So reflection is also really important in collaboration. Teachers need to, know that they've got the opportunity to share, reflect and grow. Teachers need to see that everything they do, they can see improvement or outcomes. So we use a lot of our, we've got, some school satisfaction surveys, wellbeing data, all these academic, we've got so much data available to us. So Dan will talk a bit through that data and what that has meant and, what we can see from that. But really important that we get the next time to reflect on what they've tried in the classroom. The whiteboards we had created at the start of the year, the blank ones, to be a part of our week. We run 2-day week OPL on personalised learning at the start of the year. And so each team had a whiteboard, and that was an opportunity for them to sort of brain dump some ideas when we covered just 4 of the teacher roles over that 2-day period. But then at the end of term 1, we had our teachers reflect on what they tried on those whiteboards. So they cleared them off and started writing what they'd done. So then they were asked them to tick what they continue, cross what they wouldn't, and then maybe something's just completed and they don't need to do that anymore. So every team did that. We've extracted all that text as well for us to use moving forward. And then we're also going to start using, we've got an NVivo, we're just trying to get it into the computer, the ACT Education Directorate computers, so we can start actually collecting and analysing and coding some data with regards, things that we can actually start writing about as well. So the students all completed the MSLQ at the end of last term. We'll get them to complete it at the end of this year as well. We're starting student forums, and then we've got our other lesson obs and the whiteboards and other things that we're reflecting on as well. So these 4 points, our theory, our collaboration, our practice and reflecting. So we've tried to come back to these whenever we've sort of designed our week OPL and as we're designing the rest of the PL for the year. We've been using the first letter of these to help us code, make sure we're meeting them all. So I'll just show you our professional development plan. So I don't know where you can see this, but our aim is for teachers to engage with and implement personalised learning approaches together through school-based PL and PLCs. So we're using, sorry, haven't read that in a little while. So we've got data analysis, our teacher roles all listed here: data analysis, collaborator and co-designer, negotiator and guide, empowerer, assessor and evaluator, and co-regulator. Co-regulator is in blue because that comes under the wellbeing. If you're familiar with the student-centred improvement framework, that comes under wellbeing, whereas the purple comes under pedagogy in those frameworks. So we've just coded week O, we addressed 4 of them. We had the TP, so we had our theory, our practice and our collaboration happening in week O. We had our collaboration and reflection happening in week 9 at the end of term. We introduced Empowerer in week A in term 1, and then we've been planning. So it's a nice plan that you can see in term 3. Term 2 did look the same, and then obviously, things move around. So, but we've just sort of come back to this to make sure, no, we haven't done the theory component of that. We need to address that here. So that's our map, and that's sort of how we're coding our professional development. So I believe I'm going to hand over to Dan Breen now to talk through the data, and he'll have a broader lens than me on what we're doing. And then after Dan, Laura will present and start getting into the classrooms and into the teacher classroom as well. So, that on.
Tamsin. Thank you all for the invitation, and thank you for having Gold Creek here today. So a lot of this has already been covered by Tamsin, but I thought it would be nice for me to give a context from the senior leadership team here at Gold Creek as to why we looked at personalised learning to start with. And so I'd like to take you back to 2021 when we were developing our current school strategic plan. At the time, our executive team identified 3 areas as priorities. They were student connection, student ownership of learning, and student achievement. During this time, we became aware of the emerging work in personalised learning being conducted by Dr. Tamsin Terry in partnership with the University of Canberra. For us as a team, this provided a really valuable opportunity. After discussions with Dr. Terry, we made a deliberate decision to explore how this could support our strategic direction. As Tamsin said, it absolutely aligned with the ACT Education Directorate strategic plan, which also emphasised a personalised learning approach. So after those conversations and how it might look for us moving forward, we're also really fortunate enough to receive an incredibly generous offer from Maya and her team, which allowed us to start this work in a really meaningful way. So what was first for us? Well, we started with our whole school professional learning, trying to get everyone on the same page. Maya and her team did an amazing job building that shared understanding for us. And we're also really fortunate at the time to host Dr. Penny Bishop from the University of Vermont when she was out visiting Australia. And her visit was quite inspiring for our teachers, and a number of our teachers after that visit decided that they would love to become a part of this work. So from there, the work evolved into focus groups of teachers who obviously we've spoken about co-designed resources, tested those new approaches in classrooms and contributed directly to the ongoing research. Now, this work took place across both of our sites, although initially in targeted pockets rather than its whole school implementation. Now, while this was all happening, we maintained a really strong focus on building student connection and building a sense of ownership of learning. This took us down a more intentional trauma-informed approach, shaping how we as a staff interacted with our students, built relationships with our students and supported their wellbeing. Alongside this, we also strengthened our student management practices to ensure consistency and clarity and to ensure that our students felt safe in their learning environments. So what did we learn? These combined efforts were highly successful. In 2025, we had some really important visits. We had a student-centred improvement visit by members of the Education Directorate, as well as an international baccalaureate evaluation team coming to visit us, and that was made up of teachers from international schools. So through these reviews, we received some really powerful feedback from visiting principals, education executives, international visitors, but most importantly, feedback from our students. Now, through these processes, a large part of that was student voice. So our students told us that our learning spaces were feeling more settled. The relationships between staff and students were stronger and more supportive. But more importantly, they were really, really clear that they were ready for a greater sense of academic rigour. So the next steps was how do we scale the work we've been doing in personalised learning? So the feedback from our students was pivotal. It gave us the confidence to take what had successfully been tested in classes and in pockets and expand it more broadly across the school. So we knew that the approaches were working. We knew the foundations of those approaches were really strong, and we knew our students were ready for it. So what's changed? So some of the data that we've collected has been anecdotal and observational leading to this point, because some of our, macro data sources are collected on a yearly basis. But some of the things that I'd like to share with you guys in general are, so our academic performance is improving. I'd like to share with you our year 9 trend data for reading now for NAPLAN. I just want to preface this with, when we're looking at NAPLAN data for year 9s, it's always a little bit tricky because year 9s are old enough and wise enough to figure they don't have a lot of skin in the game. All right, so they don't have to really put in. They know that it's not going to impact their grades. However, what we're seeing is we're seeing a definite improvement over time. All right, so the more settled classrooms, the academic rigour, the work that's been done with staff meeting student need has absolutely made a difference. Yes.
There's food being delivered in the midst of this really important point.
Yes.
Do you mind if I pause for 2 seconds so that people?
Not at all, Emily. More than happy.
I'm distracted by it and I'm really excited by this data.
Yep.
Bring the food and then keep talking. Sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Feed the animals and then we'll keep listening. And thank you to Kit Minnie for running to order this food. Yes. Well, people to come and help themselves rather than you. Yeah. People can get up now and help themselves to something. I'm okay. 5 minutes. I went and got my own food. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we don't want angry natives. Because I don't eat dairy.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thanks for doing this.
Joy.
I was going to say, make sure you get something. What's going on there? Oh. All right. Is everybody well entertained with their food? We'll kick off. That's good.
The movies, right?
All right, that's right. This was just the
Sorry about the entertainment though.
Sorry, we'll deal with it.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
The next piece I'd like to show you is writing. Again, Year 9 writing. We're seeing a general increase over the last 3 years. Again, Year 9s don't necessarily do very well in writing. We are seeing some improvements. What we are hoping to see though is another jump again in our current data, and we have seen a slight increase for 2026 in that plan. However, that data has not been moderated yet, and so I wasn't able to share with you today. Now, it's really important, excuse me, to note that this data reflects progress before the full rollout, which is happening right now. The next piece of data is I'd like to show you that just going back to our students over the last few years have absolutely communicated to us that they want to see and they feel that there's a stronger emphasis on academic performance. This has been really, I guess, telling for us. September 2023, we were coming out of the back end of the COVID years, staff shortages, lots and lots of disruption to the learning environment. Over the next few years, we've shifted from a wellbeing focus back to an academic focus, and this has set the scene, and we feel that we are standing on really fertile ground now for the rollout of personalised learning. The last piece I'd like to show you, the last piece of data. Now, I don't want to talk in the deficit, but this is our distinct negative incidents by the days of the week for term 1, 2024, term 1, 2025, and term 1, 2026. Now, in the term 4 one, which is the top line, the light blue, we've got an introduction of positive behaviour for learning, and we've started the work in trauma-informed approaches. Now, this data actually showed quite a significant improvement from the year before. The 2025 line, or the dark blue line, this is where we completed our trauma-informed training and also continue to embed our positive behaviour for learning framework and processes. Again, a significant reduction in negative behaviours. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because we see this as a student engagement and behaviour check, all right? This sort of graph provides a real temperature check for us. What it tells us is engaged students are less likely to disengage or to disrupt classes. It also tells us that when students' needs are being met, they're more able to access learning and feel successful. Now, the reason I'm showing you this one is the orange line down here. The key difference between the light blue, the dark blue and the orange is when we started to focus, the whole school focus on personalised learning. Now, it is early days, but we have a strong sense that the shift to a personalised learning approach from all staff is really contributing to more settled classroom and teaching spaces. So that increased focus on pedagogy is absolutely showing in our data already. So where we are, we're in the early stages, obviously, of scaling this across our whole school. The things that we do know, though, that the groundwork has been laid. We know that the approaches have already been tested, and we know that our staff capability is being developed, and this gives us some really strong confidence moving forward. So in terms of looking ahead, we're excited about what the next phase will bring us. By expanding personalised learning across all classrooms, what we're hoping to work toward is obviously greater student engagement, stronger academic growth and improved outcomes for all of our students. And that's me. And so thank you all.
Thank you, Dan and Tamsin. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is how we've achieved this shift. How do we go from something that was just run in tiny groups every couple of weeks to something that is rolled out across the whole school? So a bit of background, I'm Laura, I'm an executive teacher at Gold Creek. I have always been interested in finding ways to connect students to their learning. As a new educator, I launched some incredibly ambitious units that didn't always work. And I couldn't quite figure out what it was. What was I missing? Fast forward a couple of years later and I landed at Gold Creek. And I just by chance landed on this personalised learning team. I am very fortunate for that because it was there that I first learned about this concept of teacher roles. And immediately I had this scaffold for what I had been doing right, but also what I had been missing anytime I had tried something like this. So now I've got this framework that I can pin all my ideas, all my thinking on, and I'm really keen to share that with the rest of our teachers. So over the last year, I've been fortunate enough to work a lot more closely with Tamsin and the UC team to help that whole school roll out. There we go. So we're talking all about this teacher role concept. That's really what we've hinged everything on for us. And I think just an important point to note here is that we require all of these roles to be in balance for us to get the impact that we want for our students. I think each of us as educators can pinpoint a couple of those roles that we do really well, we're really confident with. Traditional teaching leans really well into a couple of these. Inquiry-based learning, again, leans really well into a couple of them. But it's now time to start bringing them all together and recognise that we do need all of these. And we need to be really deliberate about how we do that. And so this is our approach to making this theoretical idea that Tamsin mentioned a reality for our schools and for our students. So we need to create some kind of program to deliver this. It had to be deliberate. So it had to be based in the research. We had to be really careful about what was already going on in our schools and how it all aligned with that. It had to be sustainable as well. I'm sure we've all heard many teachers tell us that this is yet another new thing that we're bringing in, and how does this fit with something that I learned 20 years ago and then was told to throw out? So whatever we're doing now has to be really sustainable. Finally, we need to embed it in the school culture. It's not something we can present once at the beginning of the year and just assume that everyone's got it and is running with it. So we have to come up with some kind of plan that does all three of these things. I think we're close, but you guys can be the judge of that. So this year we started out with a week 0 focus on personalised learning. We got the entire senior site and a couple of our specialist teachers from the primary site to spend 2 full days just talking about personalised learning. This was kind of our introduction to everybody, getting everyone on the same page. So we started out with this creating a culture of personalised learning. Tamsin introduced a lot of the background to this. And then we built into that, those action learning circles. So we got people to present what's happening in their classroom, maybe a challenge that they're facing, and we got people using those teacher roles to discuss their practice. We yielded some incredible results from that. People were buzzing about things that they can improve, and they were using those teacher roles to do that. Then right at the end, Emily did a great unpacking session for us and kind of pulled out any of those hesitations that might have developed over the day. People sitting there going, I'm hearing the ideas, but I'm just not seeing how it's going to work for me. So we pulled out a lot of those ideas so that we could go into day 2 on a really positive note, people feeling like their concerns were acknowledged, but also ready to hear more. So then day 2, we had, I started off the day with a data gatherer and analyst session. We spent 2 hours talking about what that role is. It seemed like a really good one to start the year with because we already have a lot of data on our students, even if we haven't met them yet, right? So I forced everybody to look at the NAPLAN data that we had on our kids. We looked at the PAT data that we had on the kids. We gave everybody time to actually read the ILPs for the students they had in their classes. Right? We just assume people do that, but we don't give them the space for it. So we did at the beginning of the year. Then we broke into workshops. And at this point, we went, look, we need to give our teachers some autonomy, as Tamsin mentioned. So we ran 4 workshops and asked everyone to choose 2. And so those each were focused on a different teacher role. So we had, I presented some of that Teach Like a Champion, Doug Lemov work in the negotiator and guide part. Maya, I think you led the collaborator and co-designer session there. City ran Empower, and she looked at how we could use AI in our classrooms and upskilling teachers and students in that. And then we had one of our literacy experts ran the data gather and analyst one. And so it was more that deep dive on, you've got this information on your kids now, how are you going to use it? So those went really well. And then right at the end of the day, we looked at that co-regulator teacher role and tied everything into the wellbeing work that we'd already been doing over the last few years. So Dan mentioned the Berry Street staff and our PBL work. That co-regulator session tied all of that in. Alrighty, so this week 0 was great, but as I said, we have to embed our work. And so we were very deliberate about that. So term 1, we basically just got people used to the idea, right? We started talking about teacher roles more frequently. We had people reflecting on them. We used those whiteboards as often as we could. We're just getting everyone used to the concept. Term 2, 3, and 4, we're starting to apply that theory, practice, collaboration, and reflection idea. And we have a very detailed sequence of that, as Tamsin showed you. So what we've done there is we've gone, we need to present all of these teacher roles. We need to make sure that they are front of mind for all of our educators all the time. How can we do that in a meaningful way and a sustainable way? So the plan is we're spending this term just talking about pedagogy. We're going, how does pedagogy fit into these teacher roles? Where do they line up? What are things that our teachers can be doing right now? We present a session, what can they do the very next day to be using these teacher roles in a meaningful way? Then term 3, the plan is to keep going with this pedagogy thing, right? We want our teachers to be thinking about these teacher roles as something that is accessible for them, it's meaningful, and it makes some kind of impact for their kids. And so at this point, by term 2, we've got that, yep, okay, I can see some shifts in practice. Oh, this is kind of working. By term 3, we want to start asking a little bit more of our teachers and going, you tried these quick strategies. What bigger picture things can you start running in your classes now that is going to make a difference? In term 4, we're then going to do the same thing and pull on that buy-in that we've already got to ask our teachers to look at curriculum and assessment in prep for the year after. So again, we're being very deliberate about this plan. Fingers crossed, it all goes well. All right, so we mentioned this Teach Like a Champion tool, and this is really what's guiding our practice for this term in all of our PL. For those who aren't familiar, Doug Mov is an educator in the US. He has done, I think he's taught primary, high school, and now at uni. But he's also the head of a group of schools called Uncommon Schools. So there's 20,000 students that are enrolled in those schools across the US. 84% of those are economically disadvantaged. Impressively, using the strategies in this book, 96% of those students have then gone on to university. So we're taking a really challenged cohort and making them care about learning and giving them the tools to be really successful in that space. So we thought, yeah, let's give this a shot. We'll pull out a couple of these 63 strategies that are going to apply really well to us, which line up really well with the teacher roles. And let's see how it goes. The benefit of these is that they're really easy to implement. I'll show you an example of that in a moment. But that's what's guiding a lot of our work for this term. Now, I mentioned program sustainability being a really important part. And this addresses the academic fad issue that a lot of our teachers had. So what we did is we took all of the teacher roles. There's more on the next page. We took all of the teacher roles, and then first we aligned them with the Teach Like a Champion strategies. I've only put in the few that we've already presented or are planning to do this term. And we've gone, okay, cool, there's some alignment here. This is great. We're on the right track. And then we started adding in the other things that we know would be really beneficial for our students, would be great for our teachers to put more of a focus on. So we've aligned those to the teacher roles as well. So right at the beginning of the term in week 0, we did those data sheets, which aligned really nicely with the data gatherer and analyst stuff. The key bit that we've added in recently is taking that work and aligning everything to the strong foundations work that's happening in the directorate at the moment. So they've released draft, and it is a draft, curriculum assessment and pedagogy practice guides. So how to actually implement these things in schools. I've kind of gone through, highlighted where it all works, and I've aligned it to the teacher roles. The idea here is that when we say, hey guys, we have to change your whole practice, because that's what the directorate's doing now, our teachers are already going to be on board because we've already done the work in aligning everything. Instead of saying you have to implement explicit teaching exactly as this guide says, we've put in this effort to go, hey, you're just going to do this part of negotiator and guide this week. You're just going to focus on this part. You're going to try and implement that, and we'll reflect on it. We'll collaborate. We'll troubleshoot things. But it's using an existing framework that people have already bought into. So that should help us out. And then this is how it looks for some of the later teacher roles. You can see there's the co-regulator is a little bit trickier for the curriculum and assessment stuff, but that could have just been my eye. I'm sure there's plenty of links. What I will point out is that on the collaborator and co-designer, Teach Like a Champion didn't have some really clear strategies for us to use in that space. So what we've done instead is we've thrown it back onto our teachers, said who thinks they're doing an incredible job of this role right now? Is there an activity you ran that was really great? And we've asked them to share with everybody. So wherever there are gaps, we're using expertise we already have in schools. All right. The final bit was how do we actually present all of this material to our staff in an embedded way that's going to encourage that buy-in, but also keep it front of mind. So we thought we'd use an existing structure. We're just going to use our weekly staff meetings. So every Tuesday afternoon, we will make sure there is time to discuss personalised learning. So twice a term, we dedicate the entire staff meeting to one of the teacher roles. So earlier this term, I'll show you in a moment, we spent a whole session on data gatherer and analyst. The idea there is that we can do a deep dive into something that maybe teachers don't have a lot of time for otherwise, or where we're asking a lot of them in terms of practice shift. So we can give them the space to kind of digest all of that. But then what we're doing is every other meeting, we make sure there's at least 15 minutes to discuss a different teacher role. And so we had that mapped out in that Gantt chart earlier. But the rationale here is that it keeps all of the ideas, all of the teacher roles really fresh and front of mind for our teachers. We can adjust which strategies we're presenting based on what our teachers are asking for, what our students are asking for at that time. We know that at that session, we're going to talk about Empower, but exactly what we're presenting can shift based on need. Importantly, we're using that existing structure. So we're not asking more of our teachers. We're not asking them to dedicate another afternoon to become familiar with all of this. We're already meeting, so let's do it this way. But importantly, we're using presenters that our teachers already trust. So often we ask experts in, which is wonderful because they have information that we don't have. But then it becomes something like, oh, clearly it was too hard for them to run, so it'll be too hard for me to implement in my classroom. Whereas if we're already using our staff to run this, we already have that buy-in. We've already got people using this, applying it in their classrooms, tackling the same students that we are. This way we can build that trust and build that buy-in with our staff. So that's been going quite well. Let me give you an example of what one of these meetings might look like. So this is the one I presented in week 3. So I did a callback to the session we did way back in week 0. So we used the same slide. I said, this is a reminder, this is what this role is about, right? It's about knowing your participants or knowing your students' interests, strengths, needs, their prior knowledge and their identities. It's allowing them to have a voice and choice about content, goals, and pathways to learning. So there's a lot in there. We can unpack pretty much whatever we need to, again, based on the need of our staff and our students. I then made sure I introduced this idea of data safety, right? That's a really important part of working with data and our students. And so people bought into this one really nicely. We're aware of our obligations here. I then found a pretty graphic online talking about how you can use data to teach better. Again, building that theory into what we're presenting to our staff. I then got them to do that practice part of the process. So I created a data sheet scaffold. On one side, it was the opportunity to collect all the quantitative data you can on your students. So this is choose the ILPs, the SAMs, the PAT data, the NAPLAN, whatever you can gather and is already available to you, fill that out on one side. It was really helpful actually getting people to interpret this data that we've been collecting for ages, but no one has the time to. So people were great with this one. Some people identified gaps in our data. So again, great thing that we can improve on for our next session. On the other side of that data sheet, it was all qualitative information. So this time it was asking questions. Now that you actually know your kids, which kids learn really well when they have a really strict structure to follow? Which kids learn far better when they're provided a little bit more space to be creative with their ideas? It included stuff like which kids don't have a space or time at home to do some extra work, which kids do. But importantly, and I think this one is a nice tie back to our trauma-informed practice, I asked them to list a single strength for every single student in their class. And so I've had this up on the board. This aligns with our Berry Street stuff. But it's really nice having people who usually discuss that really tricky kid in terms of their perspective or their bravery, their perseverance. And so that kind of shifts some of those discussions as well. It makes it really positive and again, increasing that buy-in for everyone. And then once I had done all of that, we've done that practice part, I then gave them a strategy that they can implement the very next day. Right, this one is drawn directly from that Teach Like a Champion book. So strategy 6 is replacing self-report. So often we ask our kids, okay, did we all get that? Yep, understood. Cool, I'm about to move on to the next thing. often we don't know what we don't know. I could think that I perfectly understood everything Maya said this morning, but there are probably gaps in that. So you can't ask me whether I got it all and just trust me on my word. Instead, what you should be doing is creating opportunities for students to verbally demonstrate their understanding. So instead of going, did we all get that? If I asked a really targeted question, like, Emily, can you give me an example of mitosis in this thing, right? Absolutely. And you'd be all over it. And it's really interesting because you then field questions from the participants, right? And you're getting people going, oh, I already do this, or, oh, that could be a problem for me, but they're thinking about it, right? I've structured the slides so that I pretty much ignore the deeper bit. If people want to be really nerdy and go into the why this works, they're welcome to. But I just ask people to focus on the summary and the takeaways, and then we're good. This time, because we had the full session, I also presented another strategy, which is the show me. So instead of verbally demonstrating your understanding, you might say, okay, here's a multiple choice question on the board. If you think the answer is A, put one finger up. If you think the answer is B, whatever, we might do it on mini whiteboards. But something for you to gather proper data on where your kids are at. Is there a common misconception in the room at that point that you can quickly address before you move on? Okay. So this was the presentation. What we did the very next week is rather than just moving on to the next one, we paused and we said, you've been given the theory, you've been given the practice. Did you try it? Did it work for you? Did you find some huge obstacle that meant that everything failed miserably? If so, let's share that. And so we build in that collaboration process. We build in that reflection process really regularly. And so we're following all of this in a way that hopefully is quite sustainable, it's embedded, and it's really deliberate. I'm a huge evaluation nerd. And so it wouldn't be a me presentation, it wouldn't be a me program unless I added this process to it as well, right? I couldn't just say, yeah, I'm going to run this program. Tams and I put heaps of thought into this, like we know it's going to work, and then just let it hang. So what we've done is we've come up with 3 questions that we want to answer by the end of the year, and we can extend that if we need to. The first one is we want to know how embedded personalised learning is in our staff culture. Right? First thing, we need to gather a heap of information on that. We also need to know how well personalised learning is being implemented in our classrooms. There's a huge difference between what we discuss in a staff meeting and what actually happens in our classrooms. So we need to see both. Finally, we need to know how it's actually impacting our students. And there's lots of ways we can answer these questions. And so we've kind of pieced together different types of evidence we're going to be looking for over the year. We've planned out when we're going to do all of this and the tools that we need. So in terms of evidence, we're doing these faculty discussions and reflections. The whiteboards that Tamsa mentioned earlier, we're doing that at the end of each term. And so we're gathering that data. I've also started asking our exec teachers during their collab meetings if they're willing to record those meetings, and they're providing transcripts for us that we can then go back through later in the year and look for shifts in how we're talking about these teacher roles. How are we talking about pedagogy, curriculum and assessment? And are we weaving in this personalised learning stuff, or is that just something we talk about on a Tuesday afternoon? We are also introducing a teacher self-report later in the year. That's going to be aligned to this maturity matrix that you can see as a tool. This is where we're going to start asking teachers to reflect on their own practice and say, am I hitting these teacher roles as well as I could be? Is there something I can do now to quickly fix that? That can also guide some of our professional discussions with those staff members too. We're going to be looking to do some classroom observations in this space. Again, particularly looking at that maturity matrix and seeing how we're going with implementing each of these teacher roles. Tamsa mentioned we're doing some student forums. So we're trying to get some baseline data now about how our students feel they're going in their classes. And we're going to, because they don't know about the teacher roles, we're going to sneakily ask them about each of them. We're also doing the survey. Tamsa mentioned the MSL?
Strategies for Learning.
That one, yeah. So we did that at the beginning of the year and plan is to redo it later as well. And then we also have that correlational data. Some of the stuff that Dan presented is beautiful. We need that attendance. Has that shifted at all as we've implemented this? Our grades, our wellbeing, all of the stuff in our school satisfaction survey. Has there been a shift and has it been positive? But we will caveat that a lot of those outcomes are correlational. There could have been something else going on in their lives. There could be something in the broader community. We can't draw that direct link to our practice, but it can support our other findings. So this is our plan moving forward. It's a plan for the year. As we move into next year, that will all improve. We'll readjust, we'll assess everything and how it's going. I think the important next step I really want to share with you is that our plan is to develop a student roles kind of appendix to this, where we're going to start asking the students how well they are taking ownership over their learning, how well are they regulating their own behaviours, how well are they actually coming up with cool ideas and asking their teachers for feedback, how well are they monitoring their own attendance and their own effort. So I think that's our important next step that's kind of floating in the ether at the moment. But I'm really excited about how this is all going. And I think if we stick on this deliberate, sustainable and embedded approach, we could be onto something really cool. All right, thank you.
Ask for questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Clive will come up shortly. But yeah, does anyone have any questions about the last hour?
Deb and I do. When are you planning to start your PhD? Serious question. Scribble write it down on a piece of paper. I would love to. It's definitely in the plans. Dan, you heard it here. Thank you.
I can do it all.
It's already got 3 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm ready to go. Don't worry.
I don't have a question. I'm just blown away, you know, and I'll tell you why. I'm Deborah. I'll be presenting in the afternoon, but I'm the Associate Dean Research for the faculty. And one of the things that is really tricky to demonstrate in research is that the work that we do through research makes a difference. Okay, so it's so incredible to see how all the efforts, how you've elevated this research project into a school-wide implementation initiative that appears to be leading to very significant outcomes for your students and for your teachers. This is really rare to see. And many of us with decades of experience research only aspire that our work is going to lead to this type of change. So I have really no words to commend you for the significant work that you're doing here. It's really, really impressive. And I do hope that you get the chance to disseminate this more widely and that you come back to us and ask us what are potential enablers for you to continue this amazing work. So thank you.
I think something that we would like feedback on, not necessarily at this moment, but in the next day or year, is directions for our future writing as well. Laura going into a PhD, but also you know, we want to disseminate, right, you know, the conference papers and articles and so on, and yeah, getting advice on making sure we stay narrow as well with our.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't have questions, but I also have a comment here. I think from 2021, you see the journey and the impact. I'm also amazed by the impact, but I also think that the leadership, Dan's support, Tamsin being our someone who's guiding and very approachable all the time, whatever we propose, and they're ready to kind of at least test, even if they don't agree, the kind of thing, I don't agree, but still I can test. I mean, that attitude, and people like Laura, Clive, and other teachers who are ready to actually explore and made a big difference in this project. So I think it's a big credit to you, and thank you so much for all the work you do. And you know, this project is sort of supported, funded by the Directorate of Education, and it's money, and it's really happy to see that it directly impacts the learner, the child. That's what we want, right? The child, the behavior, whatever. And looking at dance data and also the changes that you have made throughout this year, throughout the journey, it's amazing. I also think your plan, the school improvement plan, where we started with, that's what we first looked at, was amazing and great, quite in line with what we wanted to do, because personalized learning was in your 5-year plan. And Dad was talking about 3 important things that they want to improve. Can remember student engagement,
connection,
Achievement.
Yes, all these really kind of in line with what we wanted to do in research. I think amazing. I think I always talk about you when I talk about my research, because it's been amazing to work with that kind of a team who are very committed to improve the learn outcomes. I think that's the important thing. Yes, your PhD is important because you are amazing looking at the data. You have already shown interest in looking at data, and you always rely on data. PhD is all about gathering data and analyzing it, showing impact. So you already do that. So I'm sure you will get there eventually. Thank you so much.
A couple more questions up back.
Yeah, I just, my question was around lesson learned. What are your tips for beginners that are just about to start this journey? What have you learned that could support?
I think it's about that you can build their trust in yourself as a leader and your group of leaders. So because we've been doing it for a while, at first it was University of Canberra showing up and presenting, but they haven't left. They come back. And so they're there. So sometimes, we've still got to show up and present, even if our teachers are weary and tired and don't want a meeting, that we value this learning. So sometimes we do need to give them a week off, but we've got to show that we value it and we believe in it, and that, we keep showing up. And in continually increasing our understanding and knowledge of what it is that we're delivering. The practice strategies and how Laura's articulated that to staff, if you can get that, nice sequence, and then, find the strategies that they can implement straight away.
I think you might have faced some challenges throughout the journey. So what are the challenges that you have faced, and how did you overcome some significant challenges?
I think the main one that comes to mind, Maya touched on earlier, is the misunderstanding of what personalised learning is. And we had to really focus on that in week 0. People come in thinking we're asking them to shift absolutely everything they're doing, throw everything out, try this brand new strategy and create an ILP for every single kid in the class. So addressing that first, I think was really important. And recognising that even once we've done that, it's an ongoing process. People need to hear that messaging a lot.
Thank you, that was great. I'm really interested in the way you've done the intersect between personalised learning. It could be very abstract for some, and then getting them all to teach like a champion, which is very concrete and very sort of tangible. So I think it's interesting that you've got that intersection. So in your journey so far, is it one holding up the other, and are you looking to say fade back the reliance on the teach like a champion so that personalised learning can stand front and centre, or is it something that you will always intersect throughout all of this journey?
I think at the moment there's a big reliance on Teach Like a Champion, which has been really helpful for us, and it gives something really tangible for our teachers. But you're absolutely right. As we progress further into this journey, and we've already shown that this personalised learning focus can work, it's something we'll use less, but we'll keep monitoring what's happening with our teachers. If we can see something that could be quickly improved by a strategy in the book, we'll bring it out again. But I think down the track, we're going to be asking more of our teachers to examine the bigger structures that are already in their classrooms and how they might work with this. But yeah, anytime we need to, we'll bring it back.
And will that be that when you have new teachers coming in, how then will you do like a quick intervention with them.
That's
With one teacher like a champion to get them up to speed.
Induction.
You know, for that.
Really something.
Yeah, we
We
have
have six
about that.
learnings.
Yeah. Onwards. Thank you.
I think the 10 essential skills that you're all probably aware of was a bit of a point as well. So I think Doug Lamont's work is a bit similar to that. There are always going to be strategies that we can refer back to, whether you agree with 10 essential skills or not. But like, it's just, yeah, it's been around forever. And yeah.
Over to Clark.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Sit duck off, Dan.
Is it your diary?
Here for mine. I won't put this thing on.
Yeah, on the. Yeah, put that in.
But is it like section that is holding that?
Okay, slightly different approach to the slides, I'm afraid. I did this myself yesterday, so sorry, it's not in the nice corporate shape that we've just been looking at. Okay, I just want to begin by introducing myself I'm Clark McKillop. I'm a teacher at Gold Creek School. I've been at the school for 15 years, minus 1 year where I was at Namadgi, where I met Laura. My background has been mainly, I'd started off in psychological research and counselling, and I basically spent a whole lot of time writing about education. My honours thesis in sociology was on university assessment, some of which you'll be very aware of. I thought it was rather ironic I had to submit it to the university for assessment. But anyway, so look, I've got a few things up there. I'm not going to talk you through them. I did actually start a doctorate in 1999. My father died during the production of that and I couldn't finish it. So I've worked in a lot of different places. I've been a teacher for 33 years. I wanted to just talk about what I was actually trying to address. And you'll see when I talk about the School Without Walls that a lot of these things were about attendance and engagement and assessment. And for me, one of the biggest problems, and we have it still at the school, is engagement. Not just people actually attending classes and going to classes, but also the fact that when you're in there, you're not really sure whether students are actually engaged or not. Are they actually engaged, or are they just sitting there waiting till the end of the lesson? And something I say to a lot of pre-service teachers is, you know, it's only an hour, right? But a lot of what's happening in that hour is really important to the people who are in there. So they're the three problems I was trying to address. Now, I want to just talk about the inspirations I had for this. We're constantly questioning what we do when we teach. And I must be the most perfect example of lifelong learning you could possibly imagine. I figured out today, I was talking to Tamsin, that I actually have worked, I've been in schools, in educational institutions for 80 to 85% of my life. That's including my own education. That's including the amount of training I've done in universities. It's including the time I've spent in schools. So it's a hell of a long time. So I'm constantly reviewing what I'm doing and I'm constantly questioning things that happen. So I've got 4 basic inspirations that I'd like to just take you through. So the first one was the School Without Walls. The School Without Walls was an institution here in the ACT, the only government school that was alternative. We had a private school here that was alternative as well. We dealt with the most difficult students in the ACT. Now, I just should say this, I was there for 12 years. That's a photograph of the 1985 class, which is very interesting. All the teachers are in there as well. It's democratically run, one person, one vote. So we had students coming from all over the ACT. There was no catchment area. All aspects of the school community were decided by the majority, including timetable, enrolments, some input on staffing and behaviour management. So if you like, that was the University of Personalised Learning, I reckon. And for me, I learned more in that time that I was at the School Without Walls than I have anywhere else. And it's helped me, it's facilitated what I've done in the school that I'm at now. So just to review that, So from dealing with those kinds of problems, and we pretty much occupied all the roles that we've been talking about, all the teacher roles, but particularly negotiator, collaborator, and empowerer. For me, they were really critical in the operation of the school, and we had some fantastic results, and also some not good results. But it was, you know, no institution's perfect, and certainly the School Without Walls wasn't. But I learned a lot from that. So I had a few inspirations from that, and so they were about choice, negotiated curriculum, negotiated classes. We actually wrote our own curriculum. The school community wrote its own curriculum, and when I actually coordinated the last, the school closed in 1997. I won't kind of talk about the difficulties we experienced during that time, but the entire curriculum was written by students and staff together. We actually wrote them all. We wrote them in line with what a lot of colleges used our Type 2 courses later. For instance, I wrote a psychology and sociology course, which was used until 2004. So the students who contributed to that and helped produce that document were actually doing the most perfect example of what we're talking about now, which is to develop a whole approach to education. So we won't talk about why it was closed, but it was a very small and very critical part of the ACT community. So from there, during that time I was there, I actually went to London for a year, and I taught at Southfield School in Wimbledon, which gave me an idea which I'm going to carry through now to what we've actually been doing at our school. The thing that I was struck by was they were doing a GCSE program which consisted of a portfolio. They were allowed to write as many pieces of work as they wanted on all the texts that were being studied over a period of 2 years in Year 9 and Year 10. And at the end of that time, they had to submit for examination 7 perfect pieces that they'd actually drafted and redrafted. And I thought this was a tremendous idea at the time. So I'll leave it there. That's all I thought about that until later on. You'll see what I'm talking about. Now, while I was at the Maggie, I had a Year 8 class who was studying trash. And so what we were doing, I was trying to actually introduce, it's a very good book. We still teach it at Gold Creek School now. And it's just an interesting one. It shares a lot of ideas about world poverty and corruption, and kids really get to it. So what I got from that was I went looking for resources, and I found this. Now, there's a little website address up in the corner. You can see that it's at www.pli.com.au. I took that, and what it's based on is Bloom's taxonomy. And it asks the student to complete it. You can see at the top there, I think, is it on that one? It doesn't matter. Oh, it's down the bottom. You are to select and complete one activity from each of the 6 thinking levels on the matrix, plus every student to complete the common assessment task. So this was something I stole and then modified to use at Gold Creek School. You'll see later, I'll show you the ones I developed. So that wasn't the one I actually ended up giving the students in my Year 8 class. I actually gave them this one instead. Now, you can't see that very well, but one of the things I did to try and engage the students was I changed the colours of the columns so they could actually just look at it and go, all right, these are all the thinking levels. So we just need to pick one of those, one of those, one of those. And the red one, everybody had to do the red one. So the idea there for that was that they would basically end up doing 6 pieces of work where they might have done maybe 1 before. Now, did I skip my stuff on? Yeah, anyway. So that's, you've seen that before. That's a way to write courses using Bloom's. So after leaving the Maggie, I went back to Gold Creek. And one of the things we started doing was we were looking at people's interest. In 2016, we were talking about how teachers were not getting submission rates in assessment. And so we thought we would try and give them a choice of content areas in English. So we're operating under IB. And so we're operating the middle years program. And so English is called Language and Literature. And one of the things we decided to do for second semester in year 9 and year 10 was to offer a range of genre for people to choose from. And what we originally did was we basically asked students to vote which one they want to go into, so they denominate an elective before the end of first semester. And you can see there that we had quite a range. Some of those didn't run because people weren't interested in them. But I mean, the most popular ones, crime, science fiction, utopia, dystopia. We actually had a year of comedy, and we always had a creative writing unit. We had 1 year of children's literature. And I added horror in 2021, which became very popular. Don't know why. So anecdotally, during those times, attendance and engagement was much better. Now, I don't have any statistics on this, although I am assembling statistics since I moved over to the next stage to this. We actually then, for each one, we actually developed, hang on, I'll just go back to this. We actually developed the normal assessment that we run in literature is 3 pieces of work. So they usually do an oral, a creative, and an essay. And we found that that was one of the things that was actually driving people away from completing assessment. So we were worried about the completion of assessment. So next stage, we developed again, based on Bloom's taxonomy, we did a Bloom ball for Fogodocs for year 7. This is just experimental. So we did this once. And the reason we did it once was because, I'll show you, you had to do a panel for a ball that was 12-sided. And the year 7s had to actually assemble a 12-sided ball. And you can see there, they all had different themes. There's title page, we had theme, main character, figurative language, author facts, connections, and evaluation. They're just 8 of them, right? So that was another approach that we took to that, which was about trying to get kids to do different things, different sorts of assessment. This had massive engagement with the kids, for those who actually got through to the end where they actually assembled the Bloom ball. But I think we found that just carrying the things around was a real pain, because you had 30 kids doing Bloom balls. And I just took a photo of the one that I thought was the best. This used to be in our display case down. I don't know where it disappeared to. What happened to it? No idea. But it was a really good one. This was one of the better students, and she really, if you look at the quality of the work, she's an amazing artist and an amazing writer. Okay, so combining the principles of choice in language and literature or genre with a flexible portfolio assessment, I decided to experimented with many activities tapping different skills and enjoyment. So the statistics on that are incomplete. So this was the first, and what I actually did was I took the if you remember on the original diagram, I'll just show you again. On that original diagram, now this was actually Tamsin who actually said this to me. Word smart, logic number smart, picture smart, body smart, music smart, people smart, cell smart, culture smart. So I didn't think you needed to have those kind of flags on there. Kids would just choose activities to suit themselves. So on the second version that we used for this, which I've still been using, I just took those labels off. So just to explain, the idea was, it says here, to complete your assessment for this unit, choose 6 items from the matrix, 5 from different columns plus the common task. Each item may refer to different texts. Text may be books, short stories, or movies. In fact, I think I changed that to audio visual sources later on. So for this one, for horror, They just had to, and we did lots of different sorts of horror. So in the horror course, we started off with Gothic and went through Edgar Allan Poe, Mary Wollstonecraft, basically all the 19th century ones, then moved on to modern stuff, and they saw some filmed horror. They also picked those, and they had to write on different texts for different items. So, you know, I didn't want them all doing the one text and then using it for the whole thing. So they all had to choose different ones. The common assessment task allowed me to moderate the whole class, because everybody had to do the common assessment task, which was choose 2 texts, books, short stories, movies in the horror genre, and compare the way the creators established suspense, fright, and ultimately horror in the reader viewer. So that was kind of the basis of that. And because Bloom's, and I mean, you could use anything for this, you don't need to use Bloom's. Bloom's just gives you fairly simple and increasing complexity as you get to the top levels of the taxonomy. So the whole point of using that was just to get people to do something from each difficulty level, and also to tap into their own interests. So some people did, for example, I think in the first horror one, it was, I think, draw a sketch of the setting from your horror text. And that way, you know, people who were really good. And in the first time we ran this, lots of the students did the drawing first because it was the easiest thing to do. So they sat down, did that, and they'd hand it in as a portfolio. I'm not going to take you through the 4 criteria there are in language and literature, but the fact is these cover all 4 criteria that we're required to cover. So in essence, people could actually do 6 different tasks. Now, the thing about it is when we used the old 3-piece assessment process, we didn't get a great submission rate. Now, I've got some less anecdotal statistics now which suggest that this is much more popular and that kids actually complete the whole portfolio. Generally, I mean, last year, I think I got something like 95% of all the portfolios in year 9 and 10, which is incredible, really. In the past, I used to get about 60, 70%. And for some people, they didn't even hand in any of the assessment at all. So this motivated people to actually get some assessment. The other thing about it was they could come and ask me about something we hadn't done in class. Can I do, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something? Which I don't know why their parents are letting them watch that, but, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, something like that. And I would say, yeah, sure, as long as you answer the question that you're required to answer. So I've done this pretty much for I did one for crime. Crime was generally driven by short stories. And again, like they could pick any short story. You know, we used to start with Lamb to the Slaughter, Roald Dahl, and then Agatha Christie and some Edgar Allan Poe. And so it's really quite, and I did like focusing on shorter texts because sometimes kids are fazed by doing a long novel and they find it hard to get to grips with it. Although I did have some success with setting The Book Thief this year, which is 580 pages long. So that's the kind of layout. Same approach, six pieces of assessment, but shorter pieces for the 5 small ones. The common item will always had a bigger word limit on it. So it's really 1 major one and 5 small ones. And then I actually was able to modify one. This is a shorter one for psychology. I think we were the only high school teaching psychology last year. And a lot of that's related to what they were studying in psychology as well. So they could pick different tasks in different areas and different levels of difficulty. And a common assessment task for psychology was to study their own social group, which was, again, quite popular. So then we actually did modify it for year 7 again. So we've gone back to modifying it for year 7. So this was one we used last year. And this was based on a point score. Now, the thing is, what I'm trying to say here as far as portfolio assessment is you can pretty much use any grading you like, any kind of sorting mechanism you like in terms of difficulty. We had our creative arts people putting together a I don't know whether they've actually succeeded, but they were thinking about doing a portfolio for ceramics or for painting, which were based on different activities rather than different difficulty. So this one you had to get 32 points, I think, to hand in, and there were 9 different assessments. They all got different point values, but it's the same sort of thing. Kids get to choose, you get better engagement. So in essence, I might have rushed this a little bit, but from my point of view, this has produced some success for me. And I have had some people who are a little bit resistant to this because it's actually quite hard to do as a teacher, because you've got to be able to balance different sorts of activities together and to mark them all as one piece, one collection of work. All right, so I might just ask for questions if you've got any.
I'm going to ask you, can you talk a little bit about the journey of some of the teachers that you worked with in your community of practice?
Right, okay.
In terms of, because you did work with some early educators in drama, some very experienced educators in sort of special programs. What did this process of kind of going through this work, what kind of impact did it have on them?
Because of my background, I'd actually developed most of the map for this quite early on. For the others, they're kind of grappling with different sorts of tasks. I don't know whether the drama people have actually come up with anything yet, but they're all working on them now because I think they did like this. Other English, other language and literature teachers didn't like this very much. They thought it was too hard.
Over time or still?
I'm not sure. I mean, because I like it doesn't mean other people are going to like it. And I think I was going to mention this when Laura was speaking, that one of the other aspects of developing personalised learning is the resistance to change. Like, we don't want to change the way we practice things. And from my point of view, I think I've constantly been trying to change to improve my own teaching. And if people aren't kind of prepared to buy into that, then obviously they're not going to buy into doing something that's going to put them in a, out of their comfort zone. I think a lot of the people who've spoken to me have actually liked the idea, just found it difficult in developing from scratch what they were going to do with a portfolio.
I was going to say, I mean, that idea of a Bloom's with multiple intelligence, those grids for the people that are grappling, there's so many online. If the blocker is they can't, just go online and Google Bloom's multiple intelligences, drama activities, or you said.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do it just from what they're actually teaching now and trying to move to some way of
saying
that. There is.
That's the blocker, the actual composing. Then there's models that they could adapt rather than just starting with a blank.
Plus, Bloom's is very old-fashioned, I think. But I mean,
the whole grid is a long established strategy for kids.
I just liked it as a principle for driving it and driving the development.
Great, it gives lots of choice and there's student volition over what they're submitting.
Oh, I just want to jump in, and you're absolutely right with that. Jumping onto your one, Clive was really important in leading our entire Year 7 Lang Lit team this year in drafting our third assessment, which is a portfolio, and that's across all of Year 7. And so Clive helped us map out how it might look in other people's classes and how we can standardise it so there's still that flexibility, but so that it works for all the teachers. That was great.
So I
way forward.
Yeah, I can talk because we have recorded all the meetings with Clive's collaborative design group, core design group. So that group was quite unique because it started with Clive, because Clive already had the idea to experiment. So as he did today, he did exactly same thing at very first core design meeting, presenting his approach. And the group kind of they liked and they were not quite confident, and they kind of had to pick things like choice, changing scaffolding assessment, and also they were not in English, but they were doing arts, drama, and music.
INS,
That group had 5 diamonds, like not necessarily English teachers. So they were kind of pulling out pieces that were that are relevant to them and trialing them. So we analyzed the meetings and looked at the way that they have learned from an experienced teacher who's passionate about his approach. So we had to do this because the teachers necessarily, I mean, as Damson said in our co-design collaborative meetings, we can't just say to them, collaborate. It is time to collaborate. So we needed to have an idea to start with. So it was
a great way forward.
Providing that stimulus and also idea, and then other teachers exploring and pulling out things that are relevant to them.
So I don't know whether I've been misunderstood. I'm not saying wasn't being critical at all. I'm just saying if the blocker is, you said one faculty hasn't jumped on board because they're struggling to find how they can fit their curriculum.
Yeah. I think they jumped on board. They just haven't finished developing anything yet, and it takes quite a while. I mean, I remember I stole somebody else's model initially, but I've modified it. I've modified it so that it's more usable, and also so that people can the kids really like the colours. I've got to tell you, I don't know why. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the colours actually. So Gold Creek though is an IB school, IB, which is very, very different pedagogy to IB. I've worked in IB schools myself. So how do you think this then would scale well outside of the IB? Because there, having all those different choices, you're bringing in the interdisciplinary stuff, but that is not.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
I think NYP encourages this, but I can't see why schools. I mean, the ACT used to be a school-based curriculum area. Since Sakara came in, we've been standardised to a certain extent. But I think there are a lot of people choices. For most people, schools are adaptable. They like to build things around their own structure, and I think this would lend itself to anybody who wanted to try something different to get kids engaged. I find the 5 small things and the 1 big thing is a real big selling point for a lot of the kids, because they can hand in a couple of paragraphs about this or that, or a character development or something like that, and then do a persuasive essay or a creative piece on something else. And that's really easy for us to assess then. So I think other schools would probably find it easy to adapt.
Immediately comes to mind if I were to design it for another school. Along the top, I'd have the parts of the achievement standard that you were looking at that one aligned with the general capabilities, and just create your tasks that way rather than via Bloom's.
Or you can use Bloom's
As a
have the standards. It doesn't have to be created out of it. You use the curriculum, of course. Everything we're doing should link to the curriculum.
I might. Can I just say before you ask your question that the content part, I think, is less important than the standards, right? So the standards are really what we're aiming to achieve. So you could design this for anything, really, as long as you're achieving the standards.
This is more of a comment, but something like that designs like that fits within the action and expression of UDL. So it's actually saying, here are strengths, but you can actually direct, in a sense, students to say, these are really good options for you, and I'd really like you to try this level, so you can stretch at one end and you can support at another end. So having that choice, it fits nicely with UDL.
Can I also just say that you're going to ask something, Dan? No, sorry, you're going to tell me to shut up, aren't you? So one of obviously a high-level meeting. So obviously one of the things that I thought was good about this was the fact that people, because it's adaptable to any content, I was getting a lot of questions asking to negotiate parts of this. And my attitude's always been, sure, if you can, like the first time I ever ran the crime unit, which was 2018, we had a student who took a detective that we hadn't actually looked at all, Bosch from Germany, and had done all the research, wrote an analytical essay about it. And I just was so impressed because she'd stepped it right outside this. I'd had all these short stories that we were reading, Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes and all this kind of stuff. And she just picked something out of left field that I wasn't even aware of. So I learned something. She asked me if she could do Bosch, and I said, yes, you can. I'd never heard of Bosch, so go ahead and do it. And she just produced something good. So it adds to even more negotiation, like choice and negotiation. And that's why I said the School Without Walls handled all the roles. I think this is more about negotiator, collaborator, empowerer. Well, for me, it is anyway.
Make another comment just about the teachers. The work that you're that work that you're doing in allowing, and because I noticed that, full transparency, I was the critical friend for Clive's group, but one of the, in terms of the impact of this work that Clive's led, the teachers were starting to see that allowing themselves to be vulnerable and to be open to those questions around, can I do this? Is it okay for me? Because I know, a lot of teachers, we say, oh, I don't know that text, so therefore I can't allow that. It was really just allowing themselves to be open to seeing what would happen. At the very beginning of this part of the journey, I recall one teacher in this particular group, and it stuck out to me as something that I think I'll always remember as a teacher and a researcher, was very much, look, I'm at the end of my run. I've got probably 12 months left in my career. It's another new thing. Respectfully, I think I'm just going to chill out. And respectfully, was in the room every meeting, never dodged a conversation. And by some part in the meeting cycle, said to us, and Maya knows the person I'm talking about because we recorded this one, and it was huge, said, I've been trying some of this stuff and experimenting with some of this, like stuff that they'd never done before. I'm just going to take a run at it, and now I've actually started doing it, and I've started making a plan. I actually don't think I'm ready to retire. I think I want to just stay a little bit longer. Now, I'm not sure if that person ended up staying any longer, but even that, even if it was just a reinvigoration for the final 6 months of their career, for them and the impact on the kids who needed that flexibility, I think speaks to, and it is anecdotal, it is one teacher, but that it starts to gain traction when you couple it with the data that Dan showed and the culture, the shifting culture of the school. Like, I think it is, you're talking about causation and correlation. There are lots of pieces moving in the direction of the incredible impact that this work has had. And I think class modelling of that, allowing ourselves to be vulnerable to kids doing things that we have zero control over can actually, has had a tangible impact. So you might not have remembered that piece of the journey, Clive, but it sticks out to me, and I came back to the research team and said, holy moly, what have we done here? This is, what a great way to even just end your career with that enthusiasm for what might be coming next.
As someone way past retirement age, I would just like to say I consider retiring. But
that's it. That's that enthusiasm, it's
I certainly did get that impression from the arts people who were really very serious about it. They just haven't succeeded in doing it yet. They've succeeded in
They've succeeded in other ways.
Yeah.
And also, like this, the portfolio is one way to promote personalised learning. There's lots of other things happening to promote personalised learning. So we're not saying everyone has to do a portfolio. We've not mandated that. That is something that Clive has started, and it's germinating, and people are taking it on board, but people are doing other things, and also trying to make sure we address those 6 teacher roles and not just looking at choice. And choice is, really important, but when we're talking about students feeling a sense of belonging to the classroom, as a teacher, you have a responsibility to decide what they're going to learn. So you have to curate the choices, but also when you're all reading the same text, you get a sense of belonging. Our class is reading this. We're learning about this. They thought that. a different thought about this. So you get a sense of belonging and you need your autonomy and choice. All of it's important. It's not just sort of one way of sort of promoting this personalised learning.
Can I just add that we actually do the very much the 3 assessment piece, all same text in the first semester of 9 and 10. This was a second semester thing to kind of keep people interested before the end of the year, and that's kind of why I think that works. I think there's a lot of value still in doing one text. Yeah,
and it's all.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
You can do one text and have your group.
you can.
Yeah, the one.
Can I just have one more thing?
Yeah, you can have a portfolio with the one text. And also, like in answer to your MYP question, we had our MYP review at the end of last year. All the positive feedback was about the work we're doing in personalised learning and our wellbeing space as well. And we also doing our code, our Year 7 cross-collaborative approaches has helped us sort of strengthen some of our interdisciplinary units, which is an area we really needed to strengthen that we'd sort of struggled with. So there's, MYP, if you're aware, is sort of given us some restrictions with regards to the scoring. The 1 to 8 has made it a little bit trickier. That the Langley team has sort of grappled with as well. But yeah, they had a lot of positive feedback about personalised learning.
Can I just add that our social science department, INS, actually copied the electives part by introducing electives. So I think choice works in a lot of different areas. It's just, you've got to give students the space to do that. Did you have a question?
I did have a question. So when the students are making those choices in the matrix, are they aware that this comes from a taxonomy, that comes from Bloom, that it is about different types of...
I explain about difficulty.
So my question to you is, do you think that has also enhanced the learning vocabulary within your classes, the capacity of students to reflect on themselves as learners?
Yes, I do think it has. I didn't actually say, by the way, can I just run back for a sec? I did actually ask, this was something, because I made this colour, I asked them to actually change the background to white on anything they actually did. So I could see when I looked at their diagram exactly what they'd done. So a lot of kids did that, and I found I was able to track where they'd actually gone. There were very, very few people didn't do the right thing, and there were people who did extra items, and I said I'd give you credit for extra. So,
Does it also allow you to, for example, identify those who are a bit risk avoidant and they are sticking to certain things they feel mastery on?
Yes, I think so. But again, I have these discussions with students all the time. They usually come up and say, look, can I do this? And unless they're breaking the rules or breaking what I'm asking them to do, then I'll say yes. So they are. And as I said, there were a lot of people who did on stuff like crime, instead of doing masses and masses of writing, they did things like playlists for a movie, or they did a drawing of a setting, or they did poetry. Somebody did an anthology of poems, which...
The multiple intelligence would actually really benefit you if you kept that list on the list.
Well, I just thought putting it there means they're going to go and look at the label rather than look at the activity itself. And I was worried about how big the thing was. It doesn't fit on a sheet of paper. So this actually fits on an A4. So I gave it to them like that when I first presented it.
Another comment and practical activity, if you work with students, where when you're curating the choice and that's actually too overwhelming for certain students, you work with them on a blank and then you give them the matrix with just their choices.
Yeah.
So you can curate for those students with the diverse needs, and they don't need to see the top, but you're still giving them a matrix. It still looks like everyone else. They still belong, but you're curating it for them or with them. But that's really important, because something like that can be really overwhelming.
Great addition. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think this co-design and collaboration, vulnerability, something very common that we see in our data. So that understanding of vulnerability, giving them time, because teachers at different stages of their teaching career, novice teachers, experienced teachers, people who are about to retire, and the motivation can be different. And at the same time, these kind of innovations and ideas may not necessarily be understood and kind of being even if they understand, I don't think they kind of, not all of them think that it would work with it. That level of vulnerability is common. I think that's where we talk about that humanizing, understanding, and this calibration, I think, that these people are doing, not knowing what they're doing, kind of trying to accommodate the kind of vulnerabilities and the areas that they can move towards, like not rather taking one direction, but different directions.
I think that's a beautiful example of what personalized learning is. We're getting our teachers to go through that experience themselves and, you know, feel that little bit of vulnerability that the kids are feeling, and then giving them that space to figure it out in a way that works for them, exactly as we'd hope they do for their students too.
Well, I'm pleased to let you all know that lunch is ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya. All right, so everyone excited after lunch, you know, bellies noted. I have actually the benefit of talking in the afternoon because I can see that maybe some of the threads that I'm gonna try and pull together, they have been already drawn to some extent. So I'm here to talk about some of the connections that we can develop between the concept of self-regulated learning and personalized learning. My name is Deborah Pina-Pasternak, and I've been researching on self-regulated learning for many years now. Now, my expertise is mostly on how very young children begin to develop these skills in the early years and how the context of the family and the classroom can either support or hinder that development. So I may bring the conversation down to little people because those are the examples that most naturally come to me. But I think that also may serve to dispel some misconceptions that these higher order skills can only be developed later when students have the language and when students have acquired a set of concepts and learning experiences that prepares them well to become self-regulated learners. I'll try to make the session as interactive as possible. So the idea is to understand what are the connections between these two multidimensional constructs. So they're both highly complex in themselves, but also unpack some of the connections between the teacher's role that have been established through the research in personalized learning and self-regulated learning promoting practices. So as much as I can, I'm going to invite contributions from the audience, and by that I also mean the audience online. So please use your little electronic hands if you want to say something and add to the discussion, or yell if no one is paying attention to your electronic hands. We want to hear from people. So this is a question that I'm going to pose to the room. Okay, what is self-regulated learning? Now, if you can't answer that or you're not sure, these are alternative questions. So how do self-regulated learning behave? As teachers, how do you spot them in your classroom? So I need one brave person to start this conversation. How do we recognize?
Kind of self-driven.
Self-driven. Okay, excellent. We're starting with motivation. Okay, self-driven. Thank you very much.
Self-aware.
Self-aware. All right. I'm loving it. If people will want to put it in the chat. Oh, there's some activity in the chat, so we'll see. They ask questions. Very good. Loving it. Okay, they ask questions. They participate. Yeah.
Organised.
They're organized. Thank you.
They try even if they might fail.
Great. Okay. What else? Keep them coming.
They have control their emotions.
Okay.
Manage their time wisely.
Okay, time management, excellent. Oh, I can go home now.
Assist.
Yeah, Janelle online said risk takers and curiosity or curious.
Okay, so they are risk takers, that connects to that. And they're curious, that could be connected to that. Excellent.
Overcome challenges.
They overcome challenges, yeah.
They're creative in their thinking.
All right. Oh, this is going to be really good. I'm going to keep this under thinking. What else?
Take a photo of it.
Risk takers and curious, active participation, they bounce back quickly.
Resilience.
Yes, bounce back. They are resilient.
Of the class.
All right, I am so relieved that no one has said they can follow instructions and they understand their routines, because sometimes self-regulated learning is misconstrued as classroom compliance. And none of you have said that, so yay. Okay, we're going to stop there. And I want to introduce you with a widely recognized definition or accepted definition of self-regulated learning that encompasses so many of the things you've said already. A process in which learners actively manage their own learning, setting goals, controlling their thoughts, motivations, and emotions and behaviors to achieve those goals, okay? SRL is described as a cyclical process that involves a planning stage, a performative stage, and then an evaluation or a self-reflection. Okay, now we know that in research, and usually, you know, when it comes to definitions, we try to separate things that in real life, they all occur at once and in a much more fluid way. So some of the silences in the things, you know, that are here, you know, planning and goal setting were not as prominent. And the planning and the goal setting, this is a point of intersection with personalized learning. Okay, so I want you to sort of think about that. Anything surprising from that? Anything that makes you react from that definition? There's nothing yet, that's fine. Okay, so I got a little picture that tries to show how dynamic this process is, okay? So we start with the goal setting, which is essentially what is it that I want to achieve in the context of this task or of this lesson or in this subject, okay? Now, we must also keep in mind, I've never forgotten a Dutch researcher, her name is Monique Boekhout, who once gave a big sort of keynote, and she made us all think that the students sitting in our classrooms are regulating many things, and sometimes the regulation of academic learning is not one of them, okay? And they may well, a student who appears goofy may appear to regulate it, but maybe that goofy student's goal is to have social relevance. And he's being goofy very deliberately, and he's planning for that behavior because he wants to be acknowledged by his peer group, okay? So it's important to think that our students are multidimensional self-regulators. Not, we want them to be academically self-regulated in the in the learning environment, but they may have many competing goals that they are negotiating. I think that intervention is very important too. All right. So once we've set a goal, when we identify what we want to do, we engage in another sort of recursive cycle of monitoring, which is, am I tracking well against this goal? Okay. and exerting control. So let's say that I'm trying to solve simple addition terms and I'm really good at my mental calculations, but the digits are getting bigger. I mean, the numbers are getting bigger past digits, and then suddenly I recognize that my mental capacity is no longer effective. I've effectively monitored that I've reached a point in the task difficulty where my strategy that has been automatized is not working. And I'm able to say, oops, I need pen and paper because my brain is kind of reaching that capacity. And that cycle happens multiple times in the context of a single learning activity. And then we would evaluate how well did we do, what did we learn, what worked well, and the cycle, repeats itself again. That's the way, it's not the way because since we would know that there are many definitions of self-regulation and self-regulated learning, and you just have to pick one and go with it. Now, when we think of personalized learning, I pick up one of Maya's paper. I said, how is it defined? Okay. And there was this beautiful quote that says at the core of most definitions of personalized learning, there are these two components. Okay. One is tailoring the learning to the student's strength, needs, and interest. And the other one is about providing students with choice, voice, and flexibility in reaching their learning outcomes. And I thought, oh, that's kind of an integrative conceptualization, again, of a very tricky and slippery concept. So here's where you help me again. How do you see the connection between the two of them? Okay, so I'm going to give you maybe a couple of minutes to discuss with the person next to you, what are the connections that you see between self-regulated learning and personalized learning? Okay, and if you are online, please put your thoughts in the chat. And I'll be reading them with interest. Yeah.
Self-regulated.
Yes, the trials. Out of their own. Yeah. It's more likely
Is it self-regulated learning of your child or is it?
of the students, but yes.
When they're setting junior goals, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Just set of goals, and they've had a bit of implicit teaching in how to self-regulate. And then what contributed to saying, well, if you're setting them, that's not, do they? Like piece of paper, teacher, actually take some of the things students have self-regulated needs to go, well, is that how I curate my personalised self-regulated? Yeah, I think correct.
So you're not going to set overset. Yeah. It's like you know the self-regulation first and then
Agreed.
it's not. It's just personalised learning. And then that child. It's not.
It's life learning. They can be a self-regulated learner.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily doing something.
Yes,
Yeah. So, it's to be interesting, if I think of an example, how do they know the student do you know the classroom? For some reason they've got juggling hands.
That's what I was
as opposed to the student doing the writing task.
personalised learning. You're not even.
Right. Let's
Let's
go back.
It's nice learning.
I'd love for people to have more time to discuss, but I have limited time to go through this. Our beautiful people online have put some important thoughts. Both concepts put the learner at the center. They're both underpinned by adaptation and flexibility. They focus on the how of learning. All right, now it's time for people in the room to let me know what have been your thoughts. Would like to start us off? I'm not just lock eyes with anybody so you don't feel the pressure. It's impossible.
I think they go very much hand in hand. I think what we're trying to do with personalised learning is to build the capacity of the learner to take ownership of their learning. Maybe it is the agency, which is the intersect, but we were just having a chat about slightly different ways of looking at it.
Yeah.
To then sort of have the epiphany, well, maybe it's the self-regulation research that will underpin our student roles in personalised learning.
All right. Interesting. Yeah. All right.
We
Other
were
thoughts?
saying, we were just saying, perhaps for it, rather than saying, oh, this is how I'm going to personalise learning, like you look actually at your learner and realise, well, this learner actually needs to learn self-regulation. And so that's their learning's personalised. Their goals are all around learning how to be a self-regulated learner.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't know how to.
Julia was explaining it, it's almost like rather than being an intersection, they're on top of each other. It's like without it saying that you do this, then this, then this, they're is that how you would sort of?
Yeah, so I would say like you need the self-regulated learning, you need to understand what those skills are with the child. And then there's an intersection with personalised learning, but that can only go over, if we can have a Venn diagram, it's still got to go over the top. Sort of you need the self-regulated to be the driver of it first.
Oh, so there may be an order thing, and I want to put that in
A sequence.
Yeah.
Because can you make the choices for yourself and own your learning if you don't have the self-regulation strategy?
You have to
You have
demonstrate.
the metacognition to know what you're choosing and all.
Okay.
Be observing non.
We became very philosophical.
That's very good. That's it. I feel my job is being.
Your job is done.
It's done.
Exactly, you have a PhD, that's.
We went on a bit of a tangent
Yeah.
and we talked about you often think of self-regulated learner in the classroom as the person doing as you want, but if you had a kid in the back of the classroom juggling, it's not what you want them to do, but they are self-regulated learners. They're just not complying with what you want them to do. And the other thing we talked about was in the context of what we've been talking about, personalised learning plans, they go to the teacher, whereas a self-regulated learner, we're talking actually about the qualities of the student. For the plans, we were talking about what the teachers, yes, with the student's voice and things like that as a part of that plan.
Yeah.
But
That's what we were saying.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a teacher action.
yeah, but the student doesn't walk away with the plan. The plan gets distributed to the teacher.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughts. I can't read and talk at the same time. Let's move on. So I did a bit of a dig in the literature, trying to find and sort of distill some of those connections. And where I landed was with kind of this idea stemming from the readings, is that in a way, the self-regulated learning aspect sits, with the student and the skills of the students, okay? And personalized learning in a way is providing the instructional affordances to promote that self-regulation, okay? Now, what sits at the core, and this is what Amy said online, the student is at the center. The element that brings them together is around student agency, okay? Now, what is very powerful about personalized learning as a pedagogy is that when you look at environments where that is not there, the goal setting and the planning is other regulated, and surprisingly, this is one of the things that I say as, someone who's been working with the younger years for a number of years, is that children in a long daycare have more agency and more capacity to goal set and plan than kids in year 10, 11, and 12. Because they go and they sit in a circle and they decide, today I'm going to play with this and for however long I want and with whomever friends I want, And the role of the educators is to identify where the learning is happening and extend it there and then. So the early years learning framework is an excellent example of personalization of learning. Now, something happens along the track where we land with kids needing a pass to go to the toilet, you know? How disjointed is that, you know? And what our friends from Gold Creek were showing us is that there are different ways of doing it, which is extremely exciting. So we have a big concept of intersection about the role of the student in the voice and the choice that is brought by personalized learning. And at the same time, I would argue that we may have a bit of a constant feedback loop. However, the theory doesn't always agree with me, okay? Because we do have a bit of a chicken and egg situation, okay? Which is, well, what comes first? Can we personalize learning if we don't have self-regulated learners? So is self-regulated learning a necessary precursor of personalization? Okay. So actually, some researchers believe that that is the case, okay? Personalized learning environments implicitly assume that certain basic SRL competences need to be there, okay? That if I'm going to offer choice, the students need to be sufficiently self-aware to make appropriate choices about their learning, okay? There are others, however, that say, well, excuse me, well-designed personalized systems foster self-regulation or self-regulated learning over time because they are consistently embedding the scaffolds for students to develop SRL. Okay. If I ask a show of hands, do I have stronger proponents of position one?
Well, I don't know whether even position one, that's just making a statement about they assume SRL.
Yeah.
It's not actually a chicken and egg.
Yeah.
It's just saying they just assume if you're school age, you must be able to put yourself together if you know.
Do anyone in the room align to one position more than the other? Probably more position two. Two. Okay. Maya, did you want to add something? Two. Okay. Well, I don't think the whole thing is subject to a vote, but it is an interesting reflection. Okay. And maybe that's a really interesting reflection for, thanks, Amy. Position two, says Amy, for your teachers to think about, for people in your schools to think about. Well, the thing is that there is something called co-regulation. Okay. And the way we define co-regulations in the teacher roles is slightly different to the way other researchers within self-regulated learning literature have defined co-regulation. So for people like Alison Hadwin and Sana Yadvila, they looked at co-regulation basically a situation where you have a more expert person who is scaffolding the self-regulatory efforts of another person. So you have a bit of differential expertise. And this is exactly, again, what happens when students are learning to self-regulate, okay? So any scaffolds that we give them about, okay, so we have this task that we need to do, and we have a teacher that says, let's think about what are the steps that we need to go through to complete this task successfully. Essentially, I'm being a co-regulator in the cognitive sense by saying, what are the steps? Let's spell out all these steps. Now, let's say we get to step 3. What happens if this doesn't work? What else can we do? And then we're scaffolding strategy knowledge and strategy utilization. And this is where how I see that intersection between, you know, what happens between the learning environment that is providing opportunities for personalization, but doesn't assume that the skills are there. We're scaffolding the skills, and therefore we're promoting SRL through the development of those skills. If the environment is very teacher directed, many of these affordances disappear. The capacity to engage in these metacognitively rich conversations kind of go out of the window, you know. while in a personalized learning context, there are multiple opportunities. Also because you are attending to the difference of your students, you're scaffolding these skills at different levels, okay? And you may have those who are already quite self-regulated, where you can say, okay, how can you challenge yourself a bit more into the development of skills, or what other skills you feel you're missing? While with others, you need to go step one, tell me in your own words what this task is about. They're both scaffolding of self-regulation, but at very, very different levels of complexity. So the role of co-regulator can be understood as that person who also helps you being aware of your emotions and who asks you, how are you feeling? How is your body feeling at the moment? What strategies do you have? You know, but we can be cognitive co-regulators too, and very powerful ones. And I would say that a lot of those teachers that blow us away, they do it. They may not have the names to necessarily say what they're doing, but they are spot on in that capacity to scaffold that and differentiate. Writing. Right. You know what I'm going to say about this question is rhetorical for me. Can we personalize, can we apply these models, personalized learning and self-regulated learning across all age groups? Maya, did you want to say
Yeah, I
something?
have a question, Deborah.
Yes.
Because, before we move on to that, I would like to ask you the difference between emotional regulation and self-regulation, because I find that, sometimes it's the same, but not just the same. But how do you define and distinguish between them?
Well, and this is where the theoretical model continues to exist, okay? The notion of self-regulation and self-regulated learning come from different bodies of literature altogether, okay? Self-regulation tends to come from more sort of, I guess, bioecological ideas about child development that consider things like what's happening in your brain maturation and your executive control. But essentially, we're looking at your capacity to, I guess, once again, monitor your current state and then exert some level of control on that. But the self-regulation is across different developmental domains, okay? So we can consider biological self-regulation. So children or students knowing that they are tired, that they are unwell, what to do to energize themselves, you know, what to do to calm themselves down. Okay, so we include the biological, we include the social and the emotional, okay? And this is where there are some points of intersection, okay? And we include also the cognitive. Now, socio-cognitive theories have picked up that and say when the goal sits within a learning goal, we're going to speak about these processes as self-regulated learning, okay? So in a way, self-regulation is a broader construct than self-regulated learning, okay? Now, within that, we also have the complexity of some people talking about executive functions as self-regulation, okay? And these are basic higher order thinking processes that are very much aligned with our maturation that enable that regulation context, okay? So again, we can't separate what is happening in our biology, our physiology, and our environment to understand how these processes unfold. It's highly complex, okay? Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah? And there are tons of papers that try to disentangle this model. It's fascinating. I attended a keynote, the last European conference that I did, there was a whole panel around self-regulated learning, and an outrageous academic put a poll online and asked people to vote. Do you like Zimmerman's model? Do you like Pinterest's model? Which one do you like? Winnie's model? And it was ridiculous. And the exercise was to show that the literature is still very divided. And then he brought them together as to these are the commonalities across this space. But you could see that this was a room of 200 people who probably have been researching self-regulated learning for a long time. Some of them were in the room. Some of the people mentioned were sitting right there. I'm like, you can't be doing this. And they were all laughing, you know, because they are good friends as well. Yeah, but it is a contested field. And this is one of those where for teachers, it's like, where do I start? You know, when you start digging in the literature, it becomes even more muddled. Luckily for us, you know, I'm not getting paid for this, and I'm not a representative of AMBA Press. I'm going to say the disclaimer. We have friends like, you know, Dr. Cheyenne Barr and Dr. Rosalind Muir, whose job is to translate all these papers into actionable approaches for teachers. You know, they have done a really good job in making some translational efforts and distilling it into some of those strategies that can be extremely beneficial for teachers while not dumbing the subject down, but making it accessible and basically answering that question of what does it mean to me, my students, and my practice? And some of our academic researchers, you know, sometimes myself included, we are not speaking to that. We're speaking to a different audience in our work. All right. Okay, so can we personalize learning and foster self-regulated learning across ages? I'm running out of time, so I'm going to say yes. Absolutely, and this is where I want to tell you very briefly about some of the activities that we used in our research to observe those very early indicators of self-regulated learning in school settings in young children. Now, self-regulation happens way before that. I would argue that it happens from day zero. You know, the first time your mom picks you up and cuddles you, there is a co-regulatory mechanism already happening there, okay, at the big picture level. You know, the muscle tone of your mom, the voice, the smells, the hormones, all that contributes to self-regulation at a broader level. And those kids who come to early learning environments severely deregulated are probably children who've lacked consistency on those environments that are predictable, that are calm, and that provide a consistent affect for them to be self-regulated. So self-regulation starts way, way earlier, okay? So I'm talking about self-regulated learning precursors as they happen in learning environments. So one of the most beautiful opportunities that I've had in my life was to work with a supervisor who put me as a research assistant the minute I stepped into his supervision, okay? And we went to early learning centers in southern England to film what children were doing in the corners with no adult intervention. So we would set the cameras, and then we would stay there for a couple of hours, and then we'd leave, and then we would analyze these interactions. And we have 20-minute footage of 4 children between the ages of 3 and 4 who are building a house for Paws. Now, Paws is a dog puppy about this size, okay? And children have these blocks bigger than those, okay? About each block this big. And it's 20 minutes of uninterrupted goal setting. They have agreed that their job is to build a house for Paws, okay? So they put Paws on the floor and they start systematically measuring the bricks around him, okay? And they start negotiating the size of the bricks and what is going to work and what is not going to work. And all this that we call metacognitive talk and agreed planning is just happening and happening and happening. And then they are realizing by 10 minutes, which is a long time in child time, this is going to take so long. It's going to take forever. And I still remember the footage because we analyzed these videos over and over and over. And we're going to be here until we're old, you know, and there are all these reflections that are happening around time. And it was absolutely an eye opener. And that was the type of data that then, at the time, this tells you how old I am. We produced a CD that was a professional learning program for early childhood teachers about how to promote self-regulation in early learning environments. And then we moved on to doing some intervention research. And we worked with researchers who were experts in classroom dialogue. So we were creating activities that would promote what Neil Mercer has called interthinking, making your thinking visible. And we developed tasks that were ambiguous. They didn't have a right or a wrong answer, that were meaningful for the context of children and where children had to come to an agreed outcome as a group. So the activity that led to the richest discussions at the level of regulation, but also conceptual discussion, was the teacher came with full kind of A3 prints of pieces of art, visual art, and said, look, guys, I really need your help. I have this wall in my apartment that is blank. I have the option of, getting any one of these prints. I just can't decide which one to put. Your job in your group is to order this in your agreed order of your most favorite to your least favorite. And the trick is, I just want one answer per group, because otherwise I'm going to get really confused. So you guys have to agree on this order of which one is the favorite, which one is from the most favorite to the least. So an open-ended task, quite ambiguous, because there's really not right or wrong answer, and you have to talk about your preference. So you need to think, how are you going to do this? And they had to plan from how we're going to start doing this. Now, this was activity 4. They had already had some precursors that would prepare them well for a challenging collaborative task like that. So they knew that each one needed to have a turn. Each one had to explain. So the use of the word why was already in the kind of the class rules, because there were some dialogue rules embedded in them. But the nature of those activities was extremely enriching. It was the most effective activity in triggering those metacognitive and self-regulatory dialogues in group collaboration. And the other one was a blast that we used as an assessment, where we had objects that were also, it was tricky to determine whether they were going to float and sink. This was an assessment task in science, and kids would come and they first had to make a prediction. They had a tank, they had these objects, and they would say, I think these are going to float. Things are going to sink. We would ask them why. Then they would test. And the question, the metacognitive question was, did anything surprise you and why? So there were also forms to elicit children's metacognitive thinking, and this is for those who are interested in the role of gestures in learning. Those videos are incredible, because when they're really struggling with the explanations, they just, this one is heavy, and you get a lot of uniformity in the gestural expressions as they are trying to explain. So that is just, but what I'm trying to say here with a lot of excitement is that these children do develop these skills much earlier, and they are very effective ways of triggering that visibility of their thinking. I have 4 minutes and I haven't even gone through this. So
An extra 10 because we were late, so we don't need half an hour for the next break.
are you sure? Okay. Well, I'll try to go through things, but not too quickly. So I need your help a little bit. So I'm gonna pass some of these. If you could, thank you very much. So you will see in that little handout that on the one side, you have the teacher roles, and on the other, you have the model of self-regulated learning. And what I want to do is, and I promise I didn't know that Michaela was talking in the morning. So I was delighted when she built that connection with the roles, because I'm trying to do the same thing in the afternoon. Is to think about how do these roles connect with self-regulated learning, okay? So when teachers, I actually may need one of my handouts.
No.
Oh, great. Is that yours? Oh, no, that's your partner. Okay, so I don't want to steal the handout. So the roles are more new to me than the self-regulated learning bit. So when we say, okay, the teacher is a data gatherer and an analyst, of course, the teacher is gathering a lot of student data, but also it says allows them voice and choice about content, goals, and pathway to learning. And what I'm trying to do here is to embed questions or dialogic moves that you can use when you interact with your students. If you're being the data gatherer and the analyst, You know, you can support things like, well, what is the goal you want to achieve? What are your areas of interest? So Clive, in his talk, was presenting excellent examples about I think he said, and I said yes, about 20 times during that, you know, because students come with their interest. Can I do this? Yes, because you're appealing to that area of interest, okay? How can we integrate this learning with your goal? Okay, and I think this is really important because, yes, I mean, you guys have IB, schools are bounded by the Australian curriculum, so there are some non-negotiables, okay? It's not just the free choice, but how do we manage that choice in the framework of what needs to happen and needs to be done? There are many, many ways you can do that, and having that flexibility is important. Now, the data gatherer also uses evaluative data to inform what's next, okay? So when we evaluate with students, what have you done well? What needs improvement? From here, how do you move your learning to the next stage? All right, we can move to the next one. If we think of collaborator and co-designer, gets participants to join and co-design, choose or design their path and activities to achieve a set of learning outcomes. This is quite similar to the previous one. And if any one of you have examples or practice or activities that you think, oh yeah, I do that. And it may be that even some of our lecturers do that with our, you know, pre-service teachers. How do we support the goal setting and how we support the planning of our students? What is it that we already know about this problem? Have we seen something similar before? What resources do we need? What problems can we encounter? What environment is going to help you achieve this goal? How can you approach them? Those are all questions that can support the planning activity that goes into that collaborator and that co-designer role. I remember there was another classroom that I attended as part of these observations that at the beginning of every term, there was always an empty corner in the room. And the teacher would sit in the first week with the students and say, okay, what is this going to be? You know, and they had that space that it was the free choice space, you know, and it was, children would, you know, bounce ideas, and then it was about putting the key ideas together, voting on the ideas, and then it was all about how do we implement this? How do we get this happening? So if you think about what is the planning, what resources, what time allocation, who's going to be responsible for this? Okay, what are going to be the rules of engagement? Because children would, you know, come up with corner ideas of games or whatever. How are we going to engage in this environment? And it was just extremely rich dialogue based on what the children wanted to achieve. Okay, I've been in project-based school where teachers at the beginning of the year, they put the key learning outcomes for different areas. And they say, this is what we need to learn. How are we going to go about this? You know, and sometimes they scaffold with ideas and they would have classroom projects, some year level projects, some school-based projects, but they would be mapping, the School Without Walls reminded me of that, mapping with the students. So if we do a community-based project about finding books for the community, what learning outcomes are we hitting by doing that? And then basically it would be co-constructed curriculum. So there is great scope, but there is also the capacity to start very, very small, you know, and if you need to develop the skills for your students to engage in that complex planning, you can start at the level of single activities or at the level of the choice of a particular novel or a particular medium to express your ideas. Right. The negotiator and the guide. So this is a question for you, okay? I haven't put any arrows in reference to my model of self-regulated learning, which is not mine, Zimmerman's. If you look at the questions that those are questions that teachers could ask students. What do you think are the processes above that these questions are linked to? Which one of the bubbles do they point at?
Little ones. So when we are asking these questions from the student, what are we doing? Are we working with the cognitive processes or are we working with the emotional processes?
Well, it depends. Okay, I would argue that you can't separate one from the other. Okay, most of these scaffolds are more metacognitive scaffolds, so they appeal more to the cognitive side of things, because if your students are emotionally interfered, we need to use the very same set of steps, but our questions may look different. Okay, and some of the strategies that help really well with at the level of emotional regulation is about, and it's going to come when I come to the co-regulator, okay, is helping students identify the emotion or emotions that they are feeling at a given point in time. Sometimes it's about identifying just the physiological correlate of the emotion. They might not even be able to tell you what emotion is, but they know that, you know, they're tense, they know that it's hard to breathe, they know whatever it is, they can talk to that. So it's about the monitoring. It's like, where are you? Okay. And then identifying what would be most helpful for you in this instance.
I think, and I would agree that, you know, if you're asking students some of these questions, you're giving them the roadmap to say, which decision do I go in this for self-regulated learning, but also like who and what could support you if you're stuck. That's also goes in that understanding that exerting control of seeking help, because you might see students that need help, but you don't want to say you need help. So you go, you know, what's your barrier block? What could you do? So it sort of fits like in those two. But then if you're saying, you know, what will, how many ways of achieving the goal, or what's the evaluation against it, they still need to know what the evaluation is to set the goals, to understand where to monitor. Like, it's very simple. Yeah, that's right.
Those questions are actually evaluative.
They
where
are.
you're judging
Yeah.
how am I feeling here?
And where am I at?
Yeah. Is it working, not working? That's an evaluation.
And it's that self-evaluation that fits with, oh gosh, I've got to go back and take a different road on the roadmap.
Yeah. So if you think of the two in the middle, those cycles of monitoring and control are mini evaluative judgments that are happening all throughout, you know, because your capacity to detect, oh, I've gone off track.
Yeah.
Or I've read 3 lines of this book and I can't remember a thing. That's an evaluation that triggers you to say,
cognitive.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but at the same time, they are definitely not separate from the value that you see in the activity, okay, the potential outcome that may result from achieving or not achieving the activity well, okay, and your internal dispositions that can be biological or can be emotional. And a good learner kind of has an understanding, a good learner. So forget I said that. Oh, I know. You know, as a highly aware learner, they are aware of all those dimensions that impact on their learning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we don't always, even if we have expertise, it doesn't always happen. And if you think of yourself as a learner, you'll realize that some of the patterns that you have at times, they haven't been the healthiest. I'm the first to admit that when I was finishing the write of my PhD, I had a Cadbury bar of chocolate every day for 20 days that I was just wrapping this thing up. Now, in terms of coping mechanism, that is not the best, but it was the best I could do at that point. I couldn't see anybody. I was locked up in my room. It was me and my Cadbury bar of chocolate and the discussion. Okay.
Look at you now.
Oh. let's not go there. All right. So the co-regulator within the roles, Maya has been a constant reminder, don't forget the emotions, is to help students adapt and regulate, and we've just been talking about that. So if you picture a student that you've been, working with lately, what has helped you in bringing them to a more favorable space of just being present, being calm, being ready, and having that disposition? Any tips for people? Could be your own children sometimes. Oh, Janelle, thanks for typing. What does that mean, Janelle? And feel free to come to the mic or type, but what does it mean, meeting them where they are? I love the concept, but how do we see it?
It means using their work and asking them to explain how they got there, and then adjusting my questions to allow them to fill in their own gaps.
Yep, beautiful. Thank you for operationalizing that for us, making it sort of, this is what it looked like. It's, yeah. And asking students to explain situations in their own words, I've done a bit of a journey myself when you get that, I was called to student services, my first reaction was like, what did you do? Okay, and I've gone, come on, Ollie, explain the situation to me. Tell me what happened. And actually that has been a much more productive strategy, but it speaks to what Janelle's saying. It's like, tell me from your perspective where you are, what happened here, how did you feel, support that. Did you want to say something, Mel?
I was going to say, we're working with teenagers. Even before that, I'll ask them, what do they need right now? Because if they're dysregulated, I need to get them regulated before I can even discuss what's happened.
Yeah.
So instead of asking, are you okay? No, they're obviously not okay. What do you need right now? And they might say nothing. They might say a glass of water, and then asking them, are they ready to talk yet? And when they're ready to talk, moving on from that point.
Beautiful. Clive?
I was going to say suspending judgment, what's happening, because I think a lot of the time we try and jump forward to where we're feeling rather than saying, and I've heard Townsend do this a lot in the corridor with people, asking them, how they are, what they're doing. You're suspending judgment and then asking them about what's next kind of thing, rather than going, oh, well, you're not in the right place, or you're not in headspace, or you're not, So suspending judgment, I think, is really important, and that actually demonstrates to kids that you like them.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we often jump to judgment first, and we should be. This is what Berry Street taught us, I guess. Really, we really want to find out what's below that, rather than just responding to the surface emotion or whatever, or the surface reaction they're having.
Yeah.
So I think suspending judgment is really important.
Yeah, and I think it is that underpinning sense of safety that enables students to take risk on other domains, such as their learning, but I feel that when the environment, either at home with friends or at school, that basic sense of safety is not there, it's really tricky for them to then lift into, taking some cognitive risks and challenging themselves in their learning.
And sorry, go ahead. I was just thinking, underpinning all of this, I was thinking of an example. I don't know whether it's co-regulation, but at the moment, I'm doing these one-on-one consultations with my master's capstone students.
Yeah.
And a big part is availability and accessibility that sort of underpins then being non-judgmental and listening. Like, it's not really emotions, but helping them work through their projects. I think part of it is that kids, in schools or here, feel they can come to you, that you're available, that there's accessibility there where you work your times, around their needs and things like that. I don't know whether that's co-regulation, but it's something in
I think it is part of that, I definitely, and sometimes, beyond the the objective constraints, is the actual presence in the moment and not being distracted by multiple other things and being emotionally available from this. Sorry, Clive, did you want to?
I was going to say demonstrating respect, showing respect is a huge thing.
Yeah.
Because once they know you respect them, and that's kind of almost tantamount to liking them as well. So demonstrating respect demonstrates that you value them. That's a really important thing.
Any other thoughts? Yes, so Janelle in the chat has been typing away.
That was me, the blue there, the behaviourist communication piece. I think it's
What was that?
That was me.
Oh, thank you.
You can't see my name because that's me logged in as well.
Of course.
It's that, what are they, I sort of look at it through the lens of dealing with my nephews, right? They can't tell, they're starting to learn how to tell me that their behaviour is telling you something that they need. How do we respond to that need? Not from that, like, again, that co-regulating, like when they fall over or they're screaming out because they're scared or whatever, the first thing I want to do is go, oh, I'm going to save you. But actually I have to hold myself back because I need to help them figure it, like de-escalate. So I have to work really, really hard to not panic that they might raise their knee, because actually it's not the end of the world and there's a bigger lesson to be learned,
Yeah, absolutely.
That sort of fits into what I was going to say, is you actually have to be regulated.
Yeah.
You're not regulated, maybe pass it on to someone
Yeah,
who's
that's all right.
regulated.
And noticing that you're not regulated, that's second. Yeah. Sometimes I'm just having a bad day.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a beautiful graphic by the people who work with Stuart Shanker on self-regulation. So it's a little sailing boat floating, and when the sea is really rocky, it says when the student is deregulated and you are also deregulated with them, the whole thing escalates, and the role of the co-regulator is bring calm to that ocean, but also understanding that there will be some times where we're not in that position and we need to actually delegate to someone who is a bit removed from that relational space to do that work. And that sort of brings us really nicely to the role of the adult and the fact that a lot of this happens sort of in interactive dynamics. Nancy Perry is a Canadian researcher who's done a lot of self-regulated learning interventions in classrooms and who has an approach to intervention that is really teacher empowering. And she speaks that, teacher self-regulation and awareness of that the teachers have is necessary. It's almost like a necessary precursor to creating self-regulating learning environments, and I could connect it to the experiences of Gold Creek in the morning, because a lot of the work that has been done at that professional learning level, it is about, validating expertise, allowing space for agency, allowing space for experimentation, and then for reflection. So essentially, you're providing a space for your teachers to do this about their practice so they can enhance this in their students. And that's exactly what Nancy talks about, okay? That this is a reinforcing cycle. All right, I should finish. Okay, assessor and evaluator, it's very sort of self-explanatory. We've spoken about questions that can support self-regulation, and I imagine there is, I think, a survey coming later saying, if you want the slides, we can send them. I'm very happy for us to do that. And the Empower, when I read the Empower, I have to say, it said, empower the learning with multiple resources, including digital, non-digital technologies, thinking dispositions, and 21st century skills. And believe me, I've heard the term 21st century skills so many times, but I had to go and look it up. It's like, what does this mean? And I found this, and I thought, oh, that's it's a good thing. This is so cool, yeah, because they spoke about the 4 C's and spoke about critical thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity, but they also spoke the life skills and the literacy skills, and suddenly it all came together. I don't know where to fit it in, to be honest. I mean, because I think it's embedded in. How do you guys fit it in, the 21st century skills? in your practice? I don't know, is it isolated kind of as a unit of something, or is it just the way we operate works with it?
The IB curriculum.
Oh, it's
The
embedded
IB.
Ah,
Australian curriculum too.
Yes, and
Yeah.
you can do it explicitly, yes. And you're doing something and you can be explicit
Critical
and
and
say,
creative thinking.
hey, let's do this. This is, where, so to build those links, and it does worry me with literacy skills that it's taken those broad sort of concepts of because if we don't have the foundational literacy skills, then those skills aren't going to come.
Everyone's going to have a heart attack.
But it's the whole process, isn't it?
I'm not self-regulating.
Let's do what sociologists do. I'm going to bracket this slide and put it to the side. And I just want to finish by saying that teachers, they do have superpowers, okay? Superpowers are, you can tailor your learning environment. This is, we can do so many cool things, Incorporate activities for cooperative learning, acknowledge perspectives, involve students in decision making. These are all things that we have been talking about all throughout the day. I'm fond of this one. Okay, I have to say I'm so partial to developing a rich cognitive vocabulary. It's just so very important that if I could encourage every classroom to have that learning vocabulary and say, today the word we're going to learn is monitoring. What does that mean? How do we show it? That kind of stuff, and use the big words. Don't be afraid, and don't be afraid to share the big words with families, because families will get on board with you. We haven't spoken about families, and I'm not going to go there. Co-creating challenging tasks, that require strategic action and adapting to individual learning needs. Now, the other superpower connected to the vocabulary, bit is your dialogic practice. You can support choice and autonomy, planning. These are things that you can say. And one of the most lovely things about this book, which is about developing executive functioning in the early years, is that Rosalind developed these little cards with question prompts. Okay, and they're about planning, and they're about emotional regulation, and they're about this, and teachers who need a lot of scaffolding, having something like this in their pockets can be extremely reassuring. And I'm sure it doesn't apply to every context, to every teacher. But I have to say, yesterday in preparing this talk, I found myself going through this and saying, Rosalind, how amazing are you? Because I think all of them come from this little booklet, and the idea is just beautiful. So I'm gonna leave you there. Very sorry for going significantly over time.
Thank you to our lovely panel, and thank you to everybody for your flexibility with time. I recognise I've got my back to some people here. We have a firing squad here, panel here lined up for you, and I've had some questions prepared by Maya. No, well, that's true. She did send them to me because I came. I delegated that. No, but I actually thought having our school people represented, self-regulated learning represented, and personalised learning represented on the panel. We've got the sort of big wigs, heavy hitters in the team here to ask questions of, if you have them, if things have kind of come up for you throughout the day that you would like to draw out a little bit more, or seek some complimentary, Tamsin said this, Maya, what's your response? Or, after Deb's great presentation just now, synthesizing self-regulation and personalised learning like a pro now. You've done it a couple of times. And I learn something new every time. But if there are people that you would like to ask questions, if you've got something that you sort of would like to kick around with the panel, now's a perfect time. Online, if you want to type questions up, we've got them there in the background. I can ask them. Or I can pose questions to the panel and they can answer those. But I think we've been kind of stimulated with some great stuff today. So is there anything that people would like to ask to start with? It doesn't have to be an easy question.
Margie, did you have a question here?
I think you should ask the ones Maya gave to you. No,
Scaffolded.
scaffolded
We can say what's left. Okay, that's fine. All right. So the script says each member. No. It sounds like I do what I'm told, right? And I think most of the people in this room know me that I don't do what I'm told. So we're off to a good start.
I'll ask you questions.
You can ask me as many questions as you like. No, I was born this attractive. I can't answer any more questions. So I've pulled out some questions that I think would be really meaningful, and they're very high level questions. So again, we can take them wherever we want to go. And I think one of the key questions that comes up a lot, and I think different people on the panel will have different perspectives, and we might start with Tamsin and work our way down for this first one, is how do you support teachers who are resistant or feel unprepared to personalised learning?
So we actually had some work presented to us by Dr. Blake McMillan a couple of weeks ago, and his research talks about change, how to promote change, and he talks about there's two areas that you need to consider. People are going to respond to change and think there's a gain for me here, a gain for my personal circumstance, my knowledge, my connection to the group, my value, and then the opposite to that, there's a threat for me here about my connection to the group, my value. And he lists the strategies, the parallel, not the strategy, but the parallel gains and then the parallel threats. So I think we need to be aware of the people we're working with, aware of the positions that they are in the school. We always want to elevate. I'm never in the mindset that we need to put anyone on a performance plan. Everyone's I learned from my doctoral research and talking with teachers that people are in the teaching profession for good reasons. They're different reasons, they've got different skills, but we need to help them find the gain for them, so the growth for them and their value. Beautiful, thanks. Deb?
So I've had the fortune of being in classrooms in Chile and the UK and in Australia, and my reflection has always been that there is a lot of, I guess, personalization. There's a lot of richness in the instructional strategies of our teachers that they may not necessarily see, and they don't always have the vocabulary to identify and therefore consolidate. So the work that I have done when you engage with people in professional conversations that are based in their practice, and I'll borrow the word that Tamsin used about elevating and highlighting those really key practices and what may happen in turn in terms of children's cognition when those practices are used regularly, that is really, really empowering for them. And it brings to the fore that level of consciousness that, yes, I do a lot of these things already, and I can use them more intentionally to serve my students better.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I always
It's just the best. It is a very good question, Maya. I agree. That's why I chose that one. Actually, I like that she didn't do that on purpose. That's the sort of thing I would do on purpose. That's what she's done.
I work on teachers, and it's a question that I have to think. When I have to work with teachers, I think I have to think about what do I have to say to them, and how do I tell them about personalized learning. So I always start with what they are comfortable with. If they think, oh, I'm very keen to see that my students have voice, then I actually somehow or other manage to, I do try to kind of connect what they already are doing or what they are comfortable, what they are interested in, to kind of say that this is what we are trying to do in personalized learning. It could be learner agency, engagement, or whatever. It could be even like recently I had a person like talking to me about literacy problems and writing, and particularly interested in writing. And she was showing me about her, showing her platform that she has developed with AI incorporated into it, and AI was giving feedback, very personalized feedback. So I saw that, like, it's tailored to each individual students, like, the needs, and like it was there for me to say, look, this is exactly what personalized learning is. This AI is giving personalized feedback. Now you can see each learner's having a particular area to improve. So we can see that. I mean, in that way, I try to connect with teachers. It's not, I know it is challenging, it's complex, and City always asks me not to start my paper saying personalized learning is complex. And I say, if it is complex, what are you doing? And don't say you are an advocate, but I have to say that because it is complex.
Trust me, we've had this argument many.
Yes.
So to go off script straight away, then my follow-up question to that, as leaders, as leaders in the space, you're saying, to me, that sounds like you're saying we sort of have to activate prior knowledge, right? Like we have to kind of reach in to say, this is what you're doing. Maybe we're giving vocabulary to articulate the practice. What would you say to your staff, to your teams, to people in schools to be able to have those conversations with their peers? So say you've got some key people in different sectors who they've drunk the Kool-Aid, right? They're leading from the classroom. That was for you, Joe. And they're expert practitioners and they're on board. But they're working alongside people that aren't necessarily there yet. And, as leaders in the space and as researchers in the space, it's almost second nature to be doing that, to be bringing people along. How do I have a conversation as a classroom teacher who's on the journey, the Clives of the world and the Laura's of the world, sorry, to be able to advocate for this work with their peers? Whilst, because I think it's that social construction, right? We talked about that earlier, that we can socially, like this learning is social construction. Look at me kicking all the goals. I was paying attention. How do we socially construct this in a way that doesn't rely only on leadership, only on research agendas, only on flash in the pan fads, right? Oh, can I have a gold star, please, for that question? So how do we get our colleagues on board?
Mm-hmm. So I love your question, and I think the response to your question is what I was trying to convey through my presentation. Yes. Making sure that I think before that, I think as leaders we need to be vulnerable, and when we're vulnerable and acknowledge the things that our colleagues are facing and how we've maybe been rattled by something or whatever it is, or maybe we don't know everything. We don't have to be experts, but we need to know enough and believe enough and really believe in it. But once you become vulnerable, people start thinking about their own stories. Once they think about their own stories, because we're always trying to work with their pedagogical beliefs, they come in with a belief system, and we have to try and infiltrate that a little bit. If we know that this is right, personalise it, if we believe it's right, then we've got to try and infiltrate that. And I do believe that I think we need to convey our theory. We need the opportunities to collaborate, and you have to give them something to collaborate with first. So they've got to have their prompts and their discussions before that, their presentations. You need your experts, the thing that sort of gets them thinking, so they can go into those collaborative discussions with some skills, with some tools to help them have that meeting. And you can have very structured action learning style meetings, or you can use, those thinking protocols, think, pair, share, and things like that as well. But they've got to see what's in it for them. You've got to tap into the opportunities for gain.
So, did you have you can skip the question if you don't have an answer that you can.
Well, I find it tricky because my experience in schools is definitely from a researcher lens. So when I've been in school settings, it's been as a researcher, and I have two kind of conflicting thoughts here. So I'll just tell you my conflict. It's not really an answer to the question. One side of my brain is saying, we will have different teachers with different approaches to what they do. And the notion of, and the conflict that arises there and bringing everyone on the same boat, okay? That conflicts with the idea that we're here for the students, you know? And if we bring the students first, because we want to make learning accessible and equitable to everyone, and we put that at the front, then there is an imperative. Okay, so this is where I'm wrestling. That's my response to the question, is the wrestle. You know, it's not just a matter of teacher beliefs or teacher philosophy. That has consequence on real kids, you know. So this is where these conversations are really tricky, and are tricky for leadership, but are also tricky for peers when you find yourself working alongside with people who see their jobs in dramatically different ways. You know, how do you negotiate that?
I also agree with that impact on the student, because teachers work very hard. And I know when we first started at Gold Creek, there were teachers who said, I work so hard and I come prepared and I prepare all weekend and I have to teach this lesson tomorrow and I don't really have time for this workshop. That kind of like, you know, how hard they work, but it is important for them to see, yes, they work hard and there is no doubt about it, but what they work, I mean, their lessons or whatever, how many people learn in their classes and what's the engagement is like. And it's important to think about that. So I know teachers work hard to increase that, but then sometimes there was a teacher, vice principal, who we worked with us and saying, I mean, if there's a change in the classroom, if the students are learning, I don't want teachers to even plan. That's kind of, it's just not necessarily ignoring the aspect of planning, but importance of learning the students' behavior is different in the classroom. I think that's what I always talk about in personalized learning. Can we make a big difference in your classroom and people who are not learning, engaging? If you notice this, is there any way that we can improve? I mean, I teach all the time and I believe that I work hard, but if I can work harder or think carefully about these teacher roles, I can do better. So that's what I would promote. I mean, with the teachers saying, with experienced teachers, novice teachers, clever teachers, whatever category they belong to, there is a way that we can make a difference in the classroom. That's what I would highlight.
Okay.
So on the back of that, so very resistant teachers, and also bringing in, there's been lots of talk about vocabulary, terminology today. So I know when I was a leader in a school, lots of the resistance I got was because of misunderstanding of terminology. And when we actually then broke down the terminology and what it meant, then it was like, oh, okay, and that. So today we've, had lots of, jargon, but, academic jargon that means something to us. And in the schools, certainly for, say, new educators or those that, are not as nerdy as us, there might be a lot of vocabulary that's not accessible to them. So if you were to be implementing this or continue to implement it, what would be the 5 top terminology that your context has to have a shared understanding of for personalised learning and self-regulated learning and personalised plans, and that to be effective so that everybody is singing from the same hymn sheet?
So what's your message now?
Yep.
Might change tomorrow.
Yeah.
A question like that is going to make me think.
Yeah.
And it was a great question. And maybe did someone write it down?
Yeah.
That question down.
Top 5. Yeah. We wrote down top 5 words.
I mean, it's like when Penny Bishop was here 3 years ago, she talked about, someone asked, what's the starting point? She said choice and flexibility. So flexibility on timeframes and choice in the classroom. And then she also talked about structures. Now, structure is the thing we don't have a lot of control over. So we have our school system the way it is. We're not going to say you come whatever time you want. We are bound by timeframes, assessment, and reporting and all that sort of thing as well. So that was the first thing, is choice and flexibility. However, the risk of that is that, like Laura was saying, we need to consider these 6 teacher roles encompass a lot. And we're actually looking at the self-regulation, the 4 circles. And, you know, if we're looking at Teach Like a Champion, that Doug Lamont book a lot at the moment, you know, that could fit. All his strategies could be mapped into your 4 areas. But I think we want our teachers to continually grow and learn and not stop. Oh, I've got choice happening in the class now, I'm going to stop that. I think what I want teachers really to do is to just take the time, get to know your students. And I think that's where you're really going to be able to use the vocabulary in the learning. That's where you're going to be able to have those conversations with new educators. I think I've jumped way off your question now.
What is the word you want a shared understanding of? Is it when we talk about regulation, this is what we mean, this is the Gold Creek definition of regulation, and that sort of is across the school, so that when everyone says I'm doing self-regulation or I'm doing, I don't even like explicit teaching lessons, within the explicit, so many different variations of it, and so many of them are often so distant from sort of words of what it is. So what is it? What are your key vocabulary, your non-negotiables in order for this to be successful?
Knowing your students, knowing you need to know your content and the skills that your students need, that you need to pass on to your students. And what do you want the end point to be? We've got our vision of global citizens that are lifelong learners, but we need teachers spending time getting to know their students so that they can have those conversations with staff. I don't want to fix them into making sure they're giving choice or flexibility. I want them to, the more they understand about their classroom context, the greater they'll be able to create personalised learning opportunities.
Thank you. I'll jump in. We had the same question, I think, from teachers, maybe not just in same words, but tell us easy ways to do it and that kind of questions. So that's when we went and did this meta synthesis and tried to understand what it is and provide that simplicity that they wanted. So this is these 6 teacher roles actually helping them kind of saying what learner identities and knowing the learner. So, and also voice, choice, agency. So I think if you ask me to simplify, these are the things they can practically implement. And as Laura said, this is not just sequentially doing it, it's everything's, I think you had a very beautiful way of talking about this, Laura. I didn't write it down, but I must go back and listen to the recording. But saying that these teacher roles do not go in a linear order, but also they kind of, everything we do, teachers can either think about the learner identity or collaborator or negotiator. Yes, they're kind of overlapping. So it is very hard to take one at a time. So even when we were writing the textbook, we had we have to say, hey, this is also, it's about data analyst and collecting data, and everything kind of overlaps with each other. So I would say these 6 roles, and it had worked for you. And maybe other schools can think about implementing.
So could I back onto that and ask Tamsin at Gold Creek, did you sit down with those roles and go, this is what it means at Gold Creek? Or not dot point or a definition, but that's what vocab is. That's what, and obviously in your PLCs and your groups, you came to some sort of collaborative and shared understanding. Have you got that up around the school? You know, how we all have our PBL, you know, we respect, we're safe, we're learners. Is there that sort of, I guess, shared vocab? Which are the ones? Are there the 8 roles, or is the word personalised? Yeah, but they're the 6. But what I'm saying is there a shared understanding of what personalised learning is? It's this, or the learner in our school is this. And then, do you know what I'm sort of saying?
Sure.
So I suppose that Nandi, I was trying to get, is like, I'm from Wales, so 5'5" in Wales is tall. Okay. But somewhere else, that's short. So what do these words you're using mean in your context?
We want students to drive their own learning, but we want students, because you've got the learning, you've got the learner. Our aim is to connect those two and these personalised learning approaches. So, you know, self-regulation are the skills that you need. Personalised learning is about hooking them in, finding, you know, whether it's based on their interests, whether it's giving them some flexibility and choice. But it's got to be a part of a broader conversation. And we've got a definition which we use when, you know, we're really about it being student-centred, because personalised learning, student-centred, there's a lot of terms that can sort of mean the same thing. The teacher roles have been just extremely helpful in helping us articulate this is what we're looking at. This is how we're structuring our professional development. Because, yeah, personalised learning is such a broad term, and, you know, people just assume it's a, you know, personalised learning plan for each child. They think I've got to design something for each child, but it's about the student taking responsibility. So it's also us helping our teachers not be anxious about something. So that, you know, it could be anything. So this has made us, I think, really focused and strict on sort of what we're focusing on and spending our time.
Things like interest, you know, focusing on the student's interests is about tapping interest in terms of engagement and the subsequent attentiveness, rather than do everything on fishing because that's your, you know, like interest is a hobby, but that is misunderstood a lot.
Yes.
So that vocabulary, what do you mean by student interest? It's not student hobbies, not in every single subject.
Well, they can't have free choice.
This one, like when I was a leader at school trying to, head of special learning support, I just found there were so many different variations on what people thought a term was. When we defined it, then at least then it was like, right, okay, then we could always bring it back.
Yeah.
And I think, personally, I think if you haven't got that terminology or it means something different, it's just going to sort of go wider and wider. And you're always going to be recalibrating instead of at the start. This is sort of.
Yeah.
Can I just say something, Em, about the first thing around resistant teachers? And I thought what Tamsin said was really wise. Everyone's on their own journey. And I think there is a real tendency, I mean, yes, we need to have the students, that's what we're here for, but there is a tendency to judge early adopters good, and, you know, these sort of, yes, I'll do it. Oh, that's great. They're so enthusiastic. And that the resistant ones are judged, do you know what I mean? As though they're negative, and, you know, you can push people further away. So it's a really subtle thing as a leader to bring people in and make it safe, and all of those things that you were saying before, Tamsin, because I think that's something that happens very, very quickly when there's an initiative that, oh, he's really resisting a lot. And, you know, just that understanding it without judgment. And even though you want them, that may just be like that teacher you talked about, Em, who's back off, and then suddenly tries it quietly, and then says, actually, I'm a convert now. There's, you know, just respecting the different teacher as learners, you know.
When I think that's probably, I'm gonna take that one, team. That's something that Gold Creek are actually modelling, in the sense that what we have here is a model for what can happen anywhere. They're so far down that journey many years later that the very first workshop we did, which we actually only did with exec, there was resistance there, right, straight out of the gates. Now, I knew what was coming. And again, it also, because it does matter who's in the room and what the intentions are, and getting that, this journey couldn't have happened any quicker, right? So people are going to see it and go, well, yeah, that started in 2021 and we're in 2026 and we're rolling out more and more and more. So, you know, to answer the question around definition, the school know what personalised learning is. They have a vocabulary that, because I take your point about they're on the earlier journey for self-regulation because they don't have the same background knowledge. But for personalised learning, it's so embedded in the school that it's unmistakable in the work that they're doing. And so then to bring new teachers on board, it's really orienting people to the way of Gold Creek. But in order to get there, we had to run whole school professional learning with 120 people in a gym with post-it notes, running across the room going, huh, what? With Maya zooming in from the US, because, you know, it was incredible because we went in there we knew we were going to get resistance. And so we had to reassure people that what we were doing was not selling snake oil. We were actually doing all of these things and I think there's some work for us in articulating that journey for others in a way, because it is really the teachers' stories that we could tell. Because I think, you know, there is still like this low level resistance that we're seeing. It's that teacher who, because it's within the kind of DNA of the school now, their resistance is, I'm not really sure how I'm going to do this, versus this is a crock of nonsense and I don't want, you know, it's
even defining resistance.
Yeah.
Your resistance may be different to somebody else's resistance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Gold Creek are a special case. You're welcome. You can tell Dan I said that. Margie, I'm conscious you've had a question for a while that you would like to ask.
This is all the same topic. Thank you, Emily and Sally, with this, because what I can see today, I mean, I'm really impressed. I know Deb said it earlier, with the staff of the school coming, and we're all sitting here just totally wrapped into what you're saying, and the way that Deb's come in and brought in self-regulation, and the way Michaela came in and brought her theories. Like, this meeting of academia and practical teaching is something that we love. And I guess what I'm seeing you saying when you're answering these questions about vocab and how handling resistance is that you have moved through this slowly, that you are such a cohesive team, that the way Laura was presenting about, you know, you matched it to the framework and what the director was asking. You've really thoughtfully thought. I heard your professional learning model where you're not bringing strangers in, you're bringing people that are experts that people already know. So as someone who's interested very much in teacher professionalism, I can see you're really honouring the teachers as professionals. So you're modelling personalised learning in the way that you're teaching teacher professionals. The personalised learning, yeah. And I think, you know, there's that flexibility in this model that it caters for these diverse teachers in different time of whether they're going to resist or whether they're going to embrace. Laura has a blank square and she was asking the teachers, what do you think we should? Or do you have a model of how I can't even remember which one, but you know, and I thought that's just really beautiful respect for teachers' professionalism, and it's just amazed me. I sort of have a question I wanted to ask. I know Maya's coming to ATEA, it's the Australian Teacher Education Association's conference, and, you know, it would be wonderful if you could talk, articulate this process and how you've got this wonderful team working together into this project. In conferences, you spoke about, you know, how you're going to write papers. I mean, these are the people, they would be your people to be talking to about this kind of model that you've made, and it is unique. I think it's so hard in the directorate because the principals are changing, you've got execs changing, you've teachers, and look what you've done. I think it's amazing. Well done, but yeah, come to ATEA.
They're planning to present for
AARE.
AARE.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brisbane, but it's
I'm presenting
definitely next
the
city.
same model. It's exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Take a couple of them.
Yeah, I can take.
Okay.
I would love to have like Michaela and everyone, because they're all supporting our project, and why not?
I think
Why not?
double ARE is probably like
Now, Margie fails to mention that she's the ATEA representative.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is also
it's got skin in the game. No, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now, Tamsin has actually presented at double ARE before. So she's a gun already at that. You've done that before, many academics have, so it's pretty flash. I do think that again, just because the panel's about me, clearly, as if we didn't know that was going to happen. The level of trust that has been built in the team, the fact that at lunchtime Maya said to me, I didn't know Dan was going to say that, and that I've rocked up to ask questions that they don't know what I'm going to ask, but there's a lot of trust. because they've met me. But there is a lot of trust in the team because over years, because of the pace as well, like we're so busy pushing for things to happen. And we've slowed it down, you know, and Mara and I often have these conversations about going, whoa, okay, let's just slow it down, build that. And so now there is trust so that when we come in as the people delivering, they you know, I've sort of got to the point of going, oh, they're going to see me and go, oh God, not this one again, because we're part of the team that's building, you know, the kind of the work, but we can do it in a way that isn't, oh, there's those lofty academics from UC. I think there's something, you're right, there's something really powerful, and today's, I would say, synergies have been sort of created. I actually sat at the back going, I'm going to message Myra and say, I think we found Emily's replacement on the research team. Yeah, that's right. You're in, you've got the job. But you know that it's only like that sort of observation of that.
It's about like that's what affiliated schools is about, like, and other universities would love to hear about it.
Yeah. And schools too, and this is the challenge. I think this is the opportunity in the ACT is that we can do this. And people go, oh, you can do it because you're in the ACT. I'm like, yeah, we can, sucked in. So, but we can share it because there's nothing here that isn't transferable. This isn't actually context specific. It's able to be done in this context, but we actually, and I've said this to the directorate, we actually have an obligation to share it beyond the directorate, to share it beyond this context, because other people can benefit from this work, you know. So I think it's
so this culturally adaptive, cohesive, sustainable teacher empowerment model, I call it.
Caxton.
Yeah,
that's what I call it.
I think everything we talked about, Michaela's project, that culturally adaptive, adapting to Gold Coast culture, Gold Creek.
Gold Coast culture.
He's already.
You've got it. Well done. Yeah, that's right.
That cohesiveness, I mean, that cohesiveness is starting from that unpacking, meaning making, lots of patience, like kind of like, you know, some teachers took longer time than some other teacher. Laura joining us immediately, becoming our advocate, whereas other teachers who have worked with us have taken longer time and time to experiment and trying to think and also asking question, is it working? I don't think I'm doing okay. Oh, I'm okay. And lots of time there. So I don't call it actually resistance. It's actually not resistance. I had maths teachers resisting. You would call it as resisting, but on your panel, on your PD day, I saw them converted. Like, you know, I saw them say, oh, I can give them choice this way. I saw teachers actually who are not necessarily familiar with this kind of cultural like model. Now they kind of say, oh, this is something that I can do. And they were giving some examples of what they do. Usually they won't say anything. It seems like resistant, but I think it's sometimes a lot of things happening in their mind, thinking, because they're thinking about their lessons tomorrow, and we are thinking here research, but they have to teach, and the students in their classroom, they have to do a lot of things. So it's not resistance, I think, the time and the patience that we have given them in this model. Cohesiveness is to kind of give them more time for dialogue, ask questions, practice, come back and talk about it. And that cohesiveness and sustainability is kind of what I think that sustainability, Laura, Dan, Tamsin, Clive, being the sort of advocates, helped us with that, because unless like they were too many, they have to do too many other things, perhaps we will not get there. But Tamsin's being the leader of the team, and actually her position as the assistant principal, school leader, Dan's positions, even doing things in the primary school, I think made a big difference. So I think the model is step.
Yeah, and I think on that, the co-design, like Steve Sangstock was
Yes.
but very early on. If he would have been here today, but he's got a very big sort of teaching schedule. But he's pulled back from being part of the project probably for 12 months maybe. But he just stepped in and presented something just last term. So he's still got his knowledge of it, and he's still growing that, and he's still contributing, even though he wasn't part of the leading of it this time. So we've still got experts from 4 years ago who felt like, oh, I'm just too busy at the moment, I can't continue this, or this, targeted projects, but still contributing and doing
Some people who are doing this,
doing it. They're
Yeah,
doing work.
they're doing the work,
Leading.
it's not in the presentation. Yeah.
So the last question before we hand over to Joe to do a bit of a wrap up is what's next in the space of, and I think today has generated a lot of interesting thought and probably some excitement in terms of, this is the next step for us, because I think each of you will have a different answer. So I'm interested to hear what's next in the journey for you and Gold Creek in.
So, well, we're in our next step phase now. So we're about establishing that professional learning sequence and making sure it can be revisited and it's just continually sustainable. So we want to establish a professional development learning sequence in general that we can apply to anything. So personalised learning is what we're doing. That will move on to, hopefully that will just be core business. And the next thing that we've got to embed, we want to be able to use how we've learned to develop people and our teachers to then use that to then embed the next thing that we're going to be working on. So we'll be doing a lot of reflection and review. We've got, lots of work to do, but I guess we're just reviewing what we're currently doing. I don't know if you want to answer that question.
You've got your evaluation framework as well.
Yeah, so it's just going to be seeing how this year goes and then using that information to make really informed choices for the future plans.
Because we've got a new strategic plan coming. We've got a school review at the end of this year. So we'll get lots of rich feedback. We'll take that to our next. We're setting up a strategic plan, essentially, a framework for that.
Great. It'd be great to map what you've been using and then what happens next to see what drops out and what.
Yeah.
That's cool. Thanks, Tamsin. What's next? What's next for you, Deb? What's next for you, Deb? That's what you have to hear. Gee, that's tough.
I just logged on with my phone.
Oh, that's a crack. It's better in here.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Logged on my phone.
Double question, yeah.
Well, I just think that, I was a very late addition to this team. Okay, so I'm very sort of cautious in terms of saying what's next. For thinking of the school, I'd love to see what happens with the younger years and whether there are any strategic attempts of, this is my sort of early childhood sort of advocate kind of person saying we can do these things and imagine what could happen when essentially children have been used to being, or have more of a say in their learning and develop those strategies from earlier on, and how do we bring that community? I'd love to see that developing as well. I also think it's hard for me not to think in my capacity of Associate Dean Research and say we have to find ways of disseminating the impact that this project has had across the community in ways that resonate with teachers. I'm joining dots here on Monday. Yeah, today's Wednesday, so I don't have to say yesterday. On Monday, another one of our researchers, Sandra Hini Mustafa, did an hour and a half, telling of her journey of working with communities in Pakistan. Okay, and it was a masterclass session in storytelling. Research-based storytelling. And we were lucky that our impact person from the university, Kaylee Tonini, was there. And I saw an email flagging about a blog or a podcast or something. And I'm like, so be ready that I may be contacting you, because there is something very powerful about narrated stories of impact, like what you did this morning, as opposed to a written narrative, and listening to you as a collective, listening to Sandra has made me think there is a different medium to capture that kind of, and that person level, that teacher level impact that our research creates, that it's beyond the metrics of how many people access your journal or whatever, it's about this actually made a difference to a teacher. This made a difference to a group of students. This made a difference to a very impoverished community somewhere in Pakistan. It's just so powerful. So I see that the next steps in different directions, but all equally exciting.
Thanks, Deb.
I was
In
blown
30 seconds. In 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm blown away by the data from Gold Creek, the impact the project had on the learners, students, and the difference. So I want them to help me, maybe join me in changing, transforming other teachers, other schools to make that change slowly.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, one school at a time.
Yeah. So it's world domination, one school at a time. I love it.
Think your brain for those who ever saw Pinky.
Please join me in thanking the wonderful panel who let me grill them. And we'll now invite wonderful Joe to give us a quick wrap up of the day before we send you off with sugary treats, whatever you do next.
Sit down.
Do you want to? No, I'll put the camera.
Oh, okay. How do you follow that? That's the how do you follow today? Like, it's very, very hard to do. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Maya for asking me to give the final remarks of today as a colleague, but also as the director of affiliated schools that Janet spoke this morning about, and about the award that we've won, which is part of the research that this falls under. So without those things, and speaking of impact to getting it out there, it's happening slowly. So we're really pleased with that. I was lucky enough to attend the first symposium, and I'm trying to think, a couple of years ago, it might have even been, and I was thinking, oh my goodness. And today's been just as inspiring, informative, and refreshing as the first one was, and see the build on from where to and where to now has, for me personally, has been amazing. Just on affiliated schools, I'd like to thank that partnership between the university and the Education Directorate, because without that we wouldn't have the amazing opportunities to dive deeply into things that are passionate, are informative and impactful for our teachers and students across any system. I'd like to acknowledge the work that Maya and Sidi and Kithmini and Deb and Emily and everybody else from UC and the teachers here at Gold Creek have put into this to continuously drive it over the last 5 years and beyond. Like, that's some really deep, impactful research that we're gathering there. And it's amazing to see that personal learning is clearly on the agenda, and we're really happy that you're the advocate for it and to keep driving it and pushing it. Today's been really, to use the word I'm about to speak of, empowering. In education, we hear that a lot. Empowered, empowering, we empower learners, we empower. What does it mean? Like, what does it actually mean? It's thrown around in our research, in our policies, in our system strategic plans, but I think we've seen it today as what it actually looks like, sounds like, and feels like when it's running well. Yeah, it's amazing. At times they're just words, but this is it in practice. The entire personalised learning team, and I say that the entire team because as we were listening to the panel today, it was like, I've just joined the team. Oh, I think I might join the team. Here's somebody that was on the team and is now, like, it's growing, and that's another snowball effect of the empowerment that teachers have, that researchers have in this space here. So I think that's amazing. Maya, earlier in your keynote this morning, you touched on empowering teachers as a catalyst and an architect for change. Those two words resonated with me, catalyst and architect. You hear them again, sort of thrown around every now and then. When we look at the word catalyst in its pure science sense, it's a substance that accelerates
a chemical reaction to something that creates a change. And that's exactly what's happening here. In everyday language, it refers to a person or event that sparks significant change. And I think we'd all agree that that's what we're seeing here with the journey that Gold Creek's been on the number of years. Without acceleration and spark, action, drive, and the expertise of teachers and academics, the shift to meet the diverse needs of learners and intentions that students begin to drive their learning to spark significant change wouldn't happen. The shift in our own learning is necessary to meet the diverse needs of the learners that we are catering for today. The sharing of practical and real strategies that we experience today that we can use in the classroom, and the sharing of the impact of student agency, voice, choice, learning about the 6 roles of the teacher, looking at learning through the lens of these roles too, has been a powerful reflective experience for me and something that I've really valued hearing about today. So thank you for sharing all of that. Not to mention the framework that you talked about that you're using at Gold Creek, the theory, practice, collaboration, the 4 roles, and aligning that to teach like a champion. I nearly said TLAC because I saw it up there on the screen. We love to acronise things. I'm like, what is, oh, that's good. The strategies and techniques of Doug Lemov, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and the directorate guides and the frameworks. I really loved seeing how deep you've delved into that, and that's something I'm going to take away today. And in fact, we've got it at the UC Library. We've already gone in, so we've already booked it out to have a look at. So thank you for sharing that. I think that's going to be really helpful for us, or me, as we move forward too. Clive, the reminder that you gave us of the examples of how to actually practically use this in our classroom, it was reaffirming, refreshing, and it made me realise it doesn't have to be complicated. Like, we can do this, we know what it looks like, and if we just take the time to have those conversations and put ourselves in what's our role as a teacher, it happens seamlessly, and you make it happen seamlessly in the classroom. And it's exciting to think that that's happening across your school. I was sort of modifying what I was going to add and say, and Deb, the self-regulated and personalised learning too. I was like, oh my gosh, I've learned, more things today than I have, in a while, and connecting them all together, I think, has been a real reflective piece for me. How does it work? What does it look like? How can I do that in my tutorials? What can I do to make that happen too? So it's always great, PL, when you have takeaways that you can go, I'm going to have this and I'm going to use this and I'm going to think of that. So with that, I wanted to just circle back around to what Janet said this morning. She had 3 questions for us. And it was, what resonates with you for your context? What are you going to say? What are you going to take away and try today? And how does this collaboration strengthen your work in the classroom, in your school, in your research going forward? So hopefully, and I know that you'll have a number of takeaways from all the presentations from here and the discussions that we've had. But those 3 questions I'm able to answer really, really quickly, and I'm sure that you're able to answer them too. So I'd like to say thank you very much to all of our presenters, all of the audience, all of our online audience as well for your attention today. I know it's a long day. Oh, and I've got 1 minute, so I will wrap up rightly now. So thank you very much, and I look forward to see what the next part looks like as we move forward in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for your participation today. We had a great time online attending. Thank you very much. I think we have questionnaires. Kitmini, would you like to come and show them the questionnaire? You can scan it. Okay, we have 2 questionnaires. One is for your TQI accreditation. And the other one is general. If you're not interested in TQI claims, but please complete the survey. We really appreciate your feedback. So we will use this feedback in our future symposia. So thank you very much.